welcome to the stream of what was supposed to be a race that we were supposed to do in Colorado, aka Snek. If you guys are familiar with the ASCA, we were supposed to do a special race that mixed his series in with mine. And his series being the Copperhead Amateur Series, it was his sort of second tier offline racing series, and then he had the Penzo Pro Series. I had two series which I considered to be equal amongst each other. There was the Casey Sportsman Series, which is what you're going to see with this race, and then there was the American Ethanol Truck Series. I hope to be able to revive those series on iRacing, because it's a lot easier to do things on iRacing than it is to do on NR2003. But just to give a little bit of closure, I guess, at least for my sake, I'm going to give myself some closure here. We're going to go into this. We're going to go into this. All the heat races. I had a lineup for all the features and things like that. Colin actually ran the heat races before, so I was going to only have to run the features, but I'm going to run... He ran 3 heat races because he didn't want to do 6 different races. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run what I originally planned, which is 6 heat races. I got to get up to the document. Format here, so we're gonna we're gonna let the music play. I'm just gonna have it play in the background. So, here we go. The roster and the format document. Now, because there was some overlap between the drivers, because there was a lot of overlap between the drivers, some drivers, were given to one series or the other based on what their best chances would be. So, as well as if there were open rides and things of the like. So, current drivers that would be in one or the other. David Wilson is driving the 6 and not the 76. Alan Eberhard is driving the 16, not the 76. Ernest Crispin is driving the 61 and not the 76. Mike Mart Jr., which is actually the owner of Red Viper Racing in the Penzo Pro Series, is, I guess, as Red Stallion Racing. He's the one that takes over the 76, owned by Farvham Motorsports, and that was their Copperhead Amateur Series entry. They gave Mike Mart Jr. the drive because of... I don't remember the reasoning why we came up with it. Sean Ard, who was driving the 6 in the Copperhead Series, is driving the 22 for Cody Smart. Nicholas Wade and Roger Ray. Nicholas Wade drove for Rogers Racing in the Casey Series, but he's, I believe, a full-timer in the Copperhead Amateur Series, so he gets to drive the 5. So I think I preferenced full-timers for Copperhead Series, and then obviously part-timers. They can go either or. Roger Ray, I believe, is also another one of those full-timers. He was driving the 51 instead of the 33 MSCA car. Gerard Aran, he's driving the 80. He either had a choice between the 80 and the 63. I believe he could have drove the 93 for J. Barker Motorsports, but I believe he's driving the 80. That's my team. and he was sort of a double on loan driver. Carter Friesen, he is driving the 14 in the Pennzoil in the Copperhead series. Kenny Washington, he's a full-timer driving the 1 car. And then Chris Sotomayor, he's going to be driving the 14 machine. That's a KC series car. And Andrew Gorman's driving the Malley Motorsports 00. I believe there's someone else driving the 42 in the Pennzoil Pro Series. That's why Gorman... Actually, no, Gorman would have been driving the 42. But we chose to put him into the Casey's series car. The 00 is a Malley Motorsports car, so he's got a pretty good chance. As for everything else, I have the heat lineups prepared, so I guess let's get things going here. We are going to go with heat number 1, 21 cars in each heat race. It'll be a 20-lap race. I'm going to go full pace lap to make sure that I got everything right. Kick the AI up to 100%. And I think we should be good. I'm going to move pit stop frequency to 1 times. Alright, so let's figure out heat number 1 here. So we'll let qualifying run.
To your cars.
Let's accelerate qualifying here. Alright, now that we got the game automatically paused, let's go into seeing who is where. So, starting on the pole will be the 56 of Matthew Axe. That's a Casey series driver. Marshawn Anderson in the 89 is going to be starting second. Behind them is the 44 of Norm Manteel, another Casey series driver. Casey series is starting right up front here. Julio Caesar, a Malley Motorsports entry. And then behind them is the 49 of Johnny Gardner. Then to his outside is Carter Friesen in the 14. Dave Witt in the 63. He's going to start inside of Ricky Dixon in the 10. Or in the 01, my bad. Isaac Nichols starting inside of row 5, and to his outside is Patrick Curtis. Row number 6 inside is the 81 of John Arndt, and to his outside is the number 12 of Willis Lewis for Smart Motorsports. Haruma Kikana for Rogers Racing starting inside of row number 7. To his outside is Castle Radcliffe in the 24. Logan Hero Anderson in the 9 is going to start inside of row number 8. And to his outside is Jay Jefferson in that machine. I forget what the team for that was. Alan Eberhard in the number 16 Mountain Dew Kickstart car is going to start inside of row number 9. To his outside is Kyle Springer in the 30 car, not Kyle Singer. DJ Reed in the 97 starting inside of row number 10. To his outside is Ricky Furman Jr. in the 56. And finally Kelly Lee in the 35 car starting on the end of the line here.
Drivers, to your cars.
Alright, we're going to see how this thing goes here. Hot damn, we got bots in the chat already. This is a very fast track, so it's going to be pretty interesting to watch how things play out.
Ready.
Alright, here we go. Pace car is off, and Matthew Axe is ready to take him to the green. Let me pull up my Google Drives here, see where the drivers will have to finish. I believe if there's 6 heat races, it's top 4 will finish. So there's 20 laps, green flag is in the air, and Matthew Axe gets a good jump. Behind him is Marshawn Anderson. Third is Manteel. Johnny Gardner in that Fitzwater, Australia, number 49 Dodge is doing a great job on that bottom side. Bottom side is going to be the dominant line, but it's a pretty even fight between top and bottom for the most part. With some tricky track editing, able to get the top side and the bottom side be fairly even with each other. Right now, Gardner's trying to get that bottom side off of Julio Caesar. Doesn't seem to be able to get that thing done. But now he looks like he's got it done. Meanwhile, out front, Matthew Axe has pulled a pretty good lead. So top 5 actually is how many cars transfer. So Julio Caesar is right on the transfer bubble. Right now behind him is John Arndt. And 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th will all transfer into the B main and get a chance at 6 spots out of 36 cars in total. Isaac Nichols will have a lot of ground to cover if he doesn't make it through here. Right now, Julio Caesar's hot on the trail of Johnny Gardner, but right now, John Arndt's going to try to look for a move. Meanwhile, Johnny Gardner's got the inside of Marshawn Anderson possibly going down into turn 1. Anderson's going to keep the spot, and there is starting to get a line to be built up behind the 09 of Julio Caesar. Getting close to halfway in the heat race. And Matthew Axe has a pretty commanding lead over the field behind him. You can see Carter Friesen in that 14 trying to get around John Arndt at the same time. It looks like John Arndt might be in trouble. He's still in the B main. He'll start on the pole for the B main. So Julio Caesar doing a good job at holding off the rest of the field behind him. However, Johnny Gardner starting to lose some ground here in the second half. Julio Caesar might be able to take advantage. Not going to be able to do it that time, though. However, John Arndt is starting to lose some ground as well. Carter Friesen has been able to make it by him. However, Kakana is not going to be as lucky. So there's a long line behind Haruma Kakana. And now Isaac Nichols, who is on the bubble spot still, has a couple of cars that are really hoping to get into that B main to at least get a close-up version of a transfer. Meanwhile, up ahead, Johnny Gardner might fall out of the top 5 as Julio Caesar's to the inside. Now Carter Friesen's trying to take it. Carter Friesen to the inside of Johnny Gardner, and now John Arndt will take it past, and now Carter Friesen is into the top 5. You're not racing for a win, you're racing for position right now, top 3. I have chosen to add in a fast dash as well. Hang on, I gotta transform that. There we go. They're showing double on my end. So now Julio Caesar's still in fourth. Or Julio Caesar is in fourth. Fifth is Carter Friesen. Sixth is John Arndt. Seventh, Johnny Gardner. Eighth, Kakana. Ninth is Dave Witt. And fighting for 10th to get into that final B main transfer is Isaac Nichols. It's the Knight Hoffman Racing number 90 of Isaac Nichols. He's trying to make sure he's in the B main, even if it's at the back. But Castle Radcliffe and now Ricky Dixon have gotten by him, and now Isaac Nichols is starting to fall off pace. Castle Radcliffe is now in the B main. Meanwhile, in the A main, top 2 in each heat race, by the way. That'll be the top 12. That will be the top 12 by the time everything is all set and done. Meanwhile, John Arndt trying to look for the A main transfer spot. Diving to the inside of Carter Friesen. Friesen's fighting on that outside lane with only a few laps to go. But the top 2 will make it into a fast dash, and that will set the top 12 starting positions for the 50-lap A main. That'll be random draw, basically. I'm gonna basically completely skip qualifying. Actually, what I could do is I could use Save Game Editor, and I could definitely adjust that. But right now, Matthew Axe coming around turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Matthew Axe takes heat number 1. Behind him, Norm Manteo. Third is Martian Anderson. Fourth, Julio Caesar. Fifth is John Arndt. Sixth, and going to the B main, Carter Friesen, Haruma Kakana in 7th. 8th is Dave Witt. 9th is Johnny Gardner. 10th, Castle Radcliffe. Into the C main is Ricky Dixon, Willis Lewis, Alan Eberhard, Patrick Curtis, and Isaac Nichols. Those are all the C main transfer cars. Isaac Nichols fell all the way back to 15th. Actually, no, Isaac Nichols is in the D main. There are 30 cars in the D main, so Isaac Nichols fell all the way back to the D main. We're going to look through your finishing results here. Official standings are as follows. Matthew Axe, Norm Manteo, Marshawn Anderson, Julio Caesar, and John Arndt. That's your top 5 headed to the A main. 6th through 10th is Carter Friesen, Haruma Kakana, Dave Witt, Johnny Gardner, and Castle Radcliffe. Those are your B main transfers. The next 4, 11th through 14th, is Ricky Dixon, Willis Lewis, Alan Eberhard, and Patrick Curtis. Those are your drivers transferring to the C main out of heat number 1. And then the D main transfers are Isaac Nichols, Jay Jefferson, Logan Hero Anderson, and DJ Reed. So that means Kyle Springer, Ricky Freeman Jr., and Kelly Lee will all end up in to the E main, and that is going to be where everything stands right now. After heat number 1, Matthew Axe and Norm Manteo will make the fast dash. Alright, so that is heat number 1 put together. Heat number 2 is up next. I am currently posting something on Discord, so don't worry about that. We're getting things set to go here for heat number 2. Accelerate through qualifying, and let's see how everything ends up. An interesting starting lineup, it looks like. As we look through it here, heat number 2 is going to have Ernest Crispin in the number 61 Mopar on the pole. To his outside is the number 7 of Bob Schwepke. Jake Baskinger is going to be the number 83 car. He's going to start inside of row 2, and to his outside is the 01 of James Johnson. Vinny Wiese in the number 27 is going to start inside of row number 3, and to his outside is Sebastian Torres in the 50. Row number 4 is Hergil Arvin Alonso in the 37. That's a Casey's Cup Series car, or Casey's Sportsman Series car. Then Greg Shivers in the 98. We're going to start outside of him. And then in row number 5 is going to be the 98 of Matt Dunn to the inside. To the outside of him is Stephen Carmona in the 54. Francois Chastain is going to be the 86 car and going to start inside of row 12. To his outside will be the 94 of Caden Gutierrez. Diego Yepes is going to start in the 77 on the inside of row number 7. Dylan Parker will start to his outside. Row number 8 will be the 08 of Davey Johnson, and to his outside is the number 70 of Jerry Guerra. Row number 9 is going to be Henry Guo in the 16, and Trip McGinnis in the 22 will start to his outside. To the inside of row number 10 is going to be the 72 of Brandon Morris. To his outside, driving the other Farfham Motorsports car in this heat race is going to be Mike Mart Jr. and Joe Allen in the 32 rounds out your heat number 2 field.
Drivers, start. Drivers, to your cars.
So we'll get things set here. Ernest Crispin in the 61 car. One of the few. This is actually a pretty interesting heat race, considering the last one had a lot of Casey's Sportsman Series drivers up at the front to start with. But this one actually doesn't have really any Casey Sportsman Series guys. Those guys are either mired in the back of the starting lineup or in the middle of the field here. Top 5 go to the A main. Top 10, 5th through 10th go to the C. The next 4 back after that into the C main. Into the B main is the back half of the top 10. Then the next 4 go into the D main or the C main. Next 4 after those go into the D main, and then the rest of the field gets pushed into the E main. As we get set to go here, Ernest Crispin bringing him around the field. And green flag is in the air. We are rack to racing here at Victoria. So a good jump by Crispin in the 61 car. However, I don't know if he's going to be able to keep it there. Meanwhile, looking like they're going 3 wide or 4 wide back behind him. A great start by Matt Dunn in that 98 car. The Copperhead 98. And not a great start from Bob Schwepke. He started to really fall back as soon as the race began. Jake Baskinger in the 83 car, he is on it real fast as soon as they got off onto the throttle. James Johnson not far behind in that 01 machine, but not sure whether or not he's going to be able to maintain it. Bob Schwepke sitting in 6th position. He was able to get out of the jam right there. And right now you can see Jake Baskinger now taking the inside of Ernest Crispin. And then James Johnson behind him in the 01 machine. He's doing a very good job right now at the start of this one. However, this is 20 laps, and he has got a lot of traffic behind him that he's got to get rid of. So James Johnson up into 2nd position. That is a transfer into the fast dash. Meanwhile, Herbergio Larvin Alonso moves up into 3rd. 4th and 5th still up for grabs as Vinny Wiese tries to get to the inside of Ernest Crispin, as well as Bob Schwepke trying to make up the ground that he lost on the start of that one. Vinny Weiss still battling to the inside of the 61 machine. But Crispin has got a lot of issues behind him. And Crispin looks like he's going to already fall out of the top five. He looks like he's not having a good run of it right now, as he is just about to get passed by basically the rest of the field behind him. So Bob Schwepka now back up into the top five. Francois Chastain, first car out of the feature event. Meanwhile, as we look ahead, Jake Baskinger and James Johnson have pulled out to a pretty decent lead so far. Virgil Arvin Alonso in third. Fourth is Vinny Weiss. Fifth is Bob Schwepka. That is your top five in your full A-Main transfer list out of this heat race. Francois Chastain in the 86, trying to close up the gap between him and the back of Bob Schwepka, but Matt Dunn doesn't look like he's too happy about it. Francois Chastain looks like he might be slowing him up a bit. Sebastian Torres possibly thinking the same thing. He's going to dive to the inside as well, possibly down the backstretch. Torres to the inside, down the back straightaway. Henry Guo in the Wawa number 16. Back in 11th position. That is your first driver out of the B main and into the C main. However, Greg Shivers looks like he's got a lot of company behind him, considering that he's got two number 16s, or sorry, a 16 and a 61, both in Dodges behind him. Matt Dunn has broken free from Francois Chastain and is starting to push through. Vinny Weiss has caught the back of Virgil Arvin Alonso in that Jay Barker Motorsports car. That team is one of the best in the Copperhead Amateur Series. So Vinny Weiss trying to take over third, but it looks like there's not much going there, as James Johnson continues to ride around. We're under halfway at this point. Henry Guo wants to try to get to that A main or to that B main position, but he's got the 61 of Ernest Crispin to think about, because he's got the 61 of Ernest Crispin he's got to get by. Well, you can see back in the back of the field here, not much is really happening. Not much as far as... There's not much in the way of cars battling for transfer positions right now. You can see Bob Schwepka is trying to get by Virgil Arvin Alonso. You can see he's gotten passed by Vinny Weiss. 5 laps to go as they cross the line. Baskinger still holding a pretty good lead. However, James Johnson looks like he started to pull in a little bit. And now Bob Schwepka looks like he might be under threat from Matt Dunn. Schwepka in the GoDaddy number 7 trying to hold things off here, but he doesn't look like he has as much speed. However, he got a good run down the backstretch coming off the top side. 3 to go as they cross the line. Schwepka in the 7, holding off on that transfer spot, but he's got Matt Dunn still right behind him, and he's not too far behind him. Henry Guo, meanwhile, has taken over 10th position from Ernest Crispin. That'll net him into the B main, which for Henry Guo right now is really all you can hope for. Jake Baskinger rounds turn 4, coming around for the final time for the white flag. And Bob Schlepka looked like he wanted to make a move on Hergelarv and Alonso to get up into the 4th spot. And you got to think, they're trying to make moves here. However, Baskinger and James Johnson will make it into your fast dash. 3rd is Vinny Wies. 4th is Alonso. 5th is Bob Schlepka. Where you finish in the back in 4th, 5th, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th is where you will... oh my god. Where you finish between 3rd, 4th, and 5th will determine your starting spot in the A main. Same goes for everyone else. They're determined by their finishing position in the heat race. As we see everyone coming down into the pit lane, let's check out your results for heat number 2. Making it into the A main, actually making it into the fast dash more specifically. The 83 of Jake Baskinger and the 01 of James Johnson make it look fairly easy. Vinny Wies, Hergelarv and Alonso, and Bob Schlepka all making it into the A main. Matt Dunn finishing 6th. 7th is Sebastian Torres. 8th, Greg Shivers. 9th, Henry Guo. And 10th, Francois Chastain. That will be your B main transfers. Ernest Crispin, Davey Johnson, Dylan Parker, and Jerry Guerra making it all into the C main. And then you have Trip McGinnis, Diego Yepes, Mike Mart Jr., and Steven Carmona all making it into the D main. Joe Allen, Caden Gutierrez, and Brandon Morris will all transfer into the E main. So that is your second set of transfers out of your second heat race. It'll be a little bit once I actually get through all the heat races, but that is going to be how heat race number 2 winds down. So congratulations to Jake Baskinger, a full-time driver, and James Johnson, who's a part-time driver. A lot of rookie Copperhead Series drivers in this field. But a good run from James Johnson nets him into heat number nets him into the fast dash. So that'll have him competing for a good starting position in the top 12 of the A main. In fact, he probably would have finished. He probably would have started. Well, he is in heat 2. I probably would have netted him in 7th position or 8th position in the starting order. But let's continue with heat number 3. I'm gonna have to get myself a frickin' glass of water here or something. Oh my god.
Drivers, to your...
Let's accelerate qualifying here for heat number 3.
Drivers, to your cars.
So I forgot to go over the lineup here. Starting on the pole for heat number 3 is going to be Jeffrey Finguy in the 41. To his outside is going to be the 112 of Annalie Whitmer. Starting row 2 is the 43 of Xavier Carlson. That is a Fitzwater Australia racing car for the Copperhead, or for the KC Sportsman Series. Elijah Gordon in the 44. To his outside. Third row inside is going to be the 68 of Eric Willis. To his outside is the 27 of Trace Howard. The 3 of Megan Johnson. Row 4 inside. To her outside is going to be the 02 of Donnie Johnson. Mitchell Henderson in row 4 out on the inside. And to his outside is going to be the 64 of Nick Vasquez. To the inside of row number 5 is David Wilson in the 6 car. To his outside is going to be the 20 of Don Johnson. Inside of row number 7, the 73 of Aiden Thomas. To his outside is going to be the 11 of Alan Holland. Jonathan Rains in the 29 inside row number 8. To his outside is going to be the 04 of Christian Parker. Brady Burkhart going to start inside of row number 9. To his outside is the 79 of Carly Atkinson. Ashlyn Boyd is going to start inside of row number 10 in the 19, and to his outside is Antonino Russo in the 79, and finally Justin Garza in the 53 will start at the back of the field. So let's get this thing rolling here. Heat number 3 is ready to go.
To your cars.
Jeffrey Finguy in the 41. I don't know if I would say he's had a tumultuous career. It's definitely one where he's been acknowledged, at least to a certain degree. He's not had a tremendous career either, so he's kind of been in the middle of things. He's obviously, like I said, been recognized enough by team owners to be even considered to run for the full-time spots. However, to his outside, he has a multiple race winner. However, has gotten into some people, has gotten in, onto some drivers' bad sides in the KC Sportsman Series. Annalie Whitmer in that 112 BMW. I believe she's the only car that is a legitimately has a legitimate 3-numbered marker. Everyone else is either 1 or 2. But that's where we start the race. Green flag is in the air, and already Xavier Carlson is trying to make most of that start, and he has pushed the 112 of Annalie Whitmer all the way to the outside. That Fitzwater Australia Dodge, that number 43 Boeing Dodge machine, trying to make everything count as he runs to the inside of Jeffrey Finguy. I believe that was Jake I thought that was Jake Baskinger's car in Season 2 of the Copperhead Amateur Series, but meanwhile you can see Xavier Carlson has pulled out to a good lead. Elijah Gordon in that 44 machine sitting in a good 3rd place. Eric Willis in 4th. And 5th is Megan Johnson at the moment. Starting on that outside is not really where you want to be. Mitchell Henderson, champion of the American Ethanol Truck Series, ended up winning a single race that season. I believe it was the race at IRP. Either IRP or Gateway, one of the two. Now for Xavier Carlson, his fast start may have netted him a quick result to getting passed by Jeffrey Finguy. As that Toyota has some speed behind it, and now behind him is Elijah Gordon in that Ford Mustang. That Auto Trader Ford Mustang has some pace as well. Top 5 are right on top of each other. Most of the drivers involved are essentially Copperhead Amateur Series drivers. However, you do have the KC Sportsman Series cars in the mix as well, sort of in that B main. Most of it is KC Sportsman Series drivers. Annalie Whitmer, however, wants to make her presence known to Megan Johnson, as you can see that Xavier Carlson's starting to fall off a bit. He's fallen all the way back to 5th and now out of the transfer spot with Annalie Whitmer getting by him, and now he's going to lose a lot more spots. The famous 43, driven by Jay Durrell, has been the success story of quite a few people at Fitzwater Australia Racing. But looking at things now, it seems as though that team has started to falter a little bit, and you can see meanwhile Eric Willis is starting to drop some positions. He might start falling off the pace here. As you can see, Jeffrey Finguy has pulled out to a great lead. Elijah Gordon sitting in 2nd. 3rd is now Megan Johnson. 4th is Annalie Whitmer. 5th is Xavier Carlson. So Carlson has put himself back into the A main. However, Eric Willis is not anyone to be trifled with. That is a Pennzoil Pro Series regular. And he's going to use all the tools that he has to get by Xavier Carlson. And these guys like Xavier Carlson understand who they're racing against because they've raced against Pennzoil Pro Series drivers, Copperhead Amateur Series drivers. They've raced through the likes of everybody. And they know who they're dealing with. So Annalie Whitmer in fourth. Eric Willis now back into the A main. Xavier Carlson has an issue behind him, which is Mitchell Henderson in that 10 car. Shareback Racing is one of the top Toyota teams. Prefers to use the 2006 Toyota Camry decaling. Obviously, the MSCA doesn't have as much manufacturer backing as the Pennzoil or the ASCA does. Teams are usually allowed to just put whatever decals that they find to be a good fit for their cars. So you can see that the 43 car is using some kind of Dodge Charger decal. I believe that's sort of a more accurate depiction of what the Dodge Charger would have looked like, or should have looked like. And you have the 27 of Trace Howard. He's using a Dodge Stratus, I believe is what that would be. Most people would have called that a Dodge Intrepid, but that actually didn't have anything but, you know, the name of that was just considered Dodge. We continue to watch here. It looks like Megan Johnson has dropped some time to the 112 of Annalie Whitmer. Annalie Whitmer has been following Megan Johnson for a little bit now. She's just trying to get back up through the ranks. At this point, though, I don't think anyone is going to be able to beat Finguy or Gordon. Megan Johnson and Annalie Whitmer, though, could still fight over that last auto transfer spot into the A. At least, or no, not the first auto transfer spot into the A. And not just into the Fast Dash. As things have started to string out here. Trace Howard sitting in 10th, however. That's a B main transfer spot, but he's losing time to the number 6 of David Wilson. David Wilson has made a couple attempts at the Copperhead Amateur Series, but has not had really much success. As Farmham Motorsports, ever since they've gone into the KC Sportsman Series, they haven't done a whole lot. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Finguy crossing the line, taking the white flag. And not far behind him is the 44 car of Elijah Gordon. Megan Johnson sitting in third, but looks like Jeffrey Finguy coming off at turn number 4 will take the checkers, and Elijah Gordon finishing in second right behind him. Third is Megan Johnson, fourth Annalie Whitmer, and fifth, the last transfer into the A, is Eric Willis in the 68. And so as things start to wind down here, we'll get a look at your finishing results. Finguy taking the win, and Elijah Gordon, both of those drivers will be in the Fast Dash to see who will start where in the top 12. Megan Johnson third, fourth is Annalie Whitmer, fifth is Eric Willis, sixth is Xavier Carlson, seventh is Mitchell Henderson, eighth is Aiden Thomas, ninth is Nick Vasquez, 10th is Trace Howard, who was the last transfer spot into the B main. 6th through 10th made it into the B main. The C main transfers are the 6 of David Wilson, the 11 of Alan Holland, the 29 of Jonathan Rains, and the 20 of Don Johnson, beating out her dad by a pretty good margin, however. Donnie Johnson going to start in the D main. Carly Atkinson, Ashlyn Boyd, and Justin Garza all making it to the D main. And then finally, Christian Parker, Brady Burkhart, and Antonino Russo will all have to race through the E main. We have not seen anyone who could be a top series contender, a top runner, actually make it into the E, actually have to drive through the E main. That's going to be a terrifying prospect for anyone who has to do such a thing. But it would be entertaining to see a massive super run if that actually does happen to occur. It's all about the alphabet soup here when you have heat racing and you have different mains. That's really where things start to get a lot crazier once you get into it. Heat number 4 of 6. Getting prepared.
Drivers, to your cars.
And much like in heat number 1, Jacob Ray, teammate to Matthew Axe, will start on the pole. So that 55 and 56 duo have something going in those Grand Prix. To his outside is going to be the number 0 of Eric Monaco. Sam Verbeek in the 31 is going to start inside row 2, and to his outside is going to be the 25 of Ryan Reed. Inside row 3, Robert Harrison, a full-time driver, going to start in that 99 machine inside row 3. Outside row 3 is going to be the 17 of Gatlin Downey. Inside of row 4 is going to be the 21 of Lucas Tran. To the outside of him is going to be the 14 of Chris Sotomayor. To the inside of row number 5 is going to be Scott Roush. To his outside is the 87 of Dennis Quetzi. Malik Alexander inside of row number 6. To his outside is the 61 of Aiden Faith. Inside of row number 7 is TJ Hanley in the 08, and to his outside is going to be the 33 of Andrew Johnston. Inside of row number 8 is going to be Jason Haynes in the 59. To his outside is the 23 of Keegan Thompson. Inside of row number 9 is Christian Mizdrack in the 0, and to his outside is the 03 of Colton Yohe. Yohe, I don't know how the some of these names are interesting. Daniel Bouchard is the 55 car. He's going to start inside of row number 10. To his outside is the 75 of Joey Hamilton. That is not a Copperhead car. That is a Casey's Sportsman car. And finally on the end of the field is the 88 of Tristan Wilhoit. That's going to be how they make their presence known. Let's get in to heat number 4. We're halfway through heat racing. Let's continue on and see where everything shakes up. Jacob Ray, your pole sitter in that 55 machine. His teammate Matthew Axe in the 56 pulled out a pretty good run to take the win in heat number 1. So we could see another pretty dominating run from this team, as they seem to have this race down pat. Jacob Ray, I believe, is the British driver. Matthew Axe is the Canadian. So a couple of foreign drivers, they have sort of their own thing going. They don't really have a team. They own the cars themselves, and they prepare them and run them. They have obviously a group of guys that they take with them on the road, but those two cars are pretty much owned and operated by Ray and Axe. So as we come around turn number 4, we're going to get ready for some green flag action here for heat number 4. And a good jump by Sam Verbeek. Jacob Ray and Eric Monaco also even pretty much down into turn number 1. Eric Monaco is going to get away with it, and he's going to dive to the inside That's a Malley Motorsports entry in the Dr. Pepper Fram number 0 car. Malley Motorsports has been looking strong so far in these first couple of races that we've seen them. Sam Verbeek sitting in 4th, and then 5th right now is Robert Harrison, a full-time driver for Red Stallion Racing. However, he's got a DW Motorsports number 21 right up his backside, ready to do something if he makes any wrong moves. Freightliner Phillips 66 number 21, affiliated similarly to Cesar Chavez, who drives the 21 in the American Ethanol Truck Series, also a DW Motorsports car. I've not been muted the entire time, thank God. I could have sworn I was muted the whole time, just now. Meanwhile, looking back on it, though, Jacob Ray doesn't look like he's getting out to as much of a dominating start as his teammate in the 56. As you can see, Eric Monaco has had a massive run going. He is breathing down the neck of Jacob Ray right now. Both of them still have a shot to change the way that they look when it comes to the feature. I think Eric Monaco looks like he wants to show some domination. He wants to win this one. Looking at the rest of the top 5, though, things are kind of bunched together right now as Lucas Tran in that 21 machine still hoping that he can get to the inside of Robert Harrison. Now you can see the 0 of Eric Monaco to the inside, trying to make something work against Jacob Ray. Not going to be able to do it. That's going to allow Ryan Reed to start to pull in a little bit of that gap between him and Eric Monaco. Eric Monaco is a current Pennzoil Pro Series rookie, driving for Red Viper Racing. Either that or he's still a part-time entry in the Copperhead Amateur Series for Red Stallion Racing. I am not entirely sure where he stands at the moment. I say that as if it's still going on, but it's kind of still going on if you think about it. Hasn't officially been closed. But I would think that the Pennzoil Pro Series and the Copperhead Amateur Series are both basically finished as of right now. Scott Roush, who is a big surprise that he's this far back. He was the part-time champion of the Copperhead Amateur Series in its first year of the part-time championship. And he's having sort of a lax run of it right now, sitting in 7th. He will be transferring into the second slot, into the second Heat 4 slot of the B main. But you can look at it right now, the top 4 are right on top of each other. Top 4, top 5, everyone's pretty much right on it in this heat race. This has probably been the closest heat race so far since 7th up to the lead has been kind of right next to each other the entire way around. 8th and 9th and 10th. TJ Hanley sitting in 10th position, and he's got really no one to challenge him. Jason Haynes, that is another Fitzwater Australia racing car. Obviously, he's not having as good of a time in that Tide machine. And you got Aiden Faith, Christian Mizrak in 13th. 14th is Chris Sotomayor, but he's battling with Dennis Coetzee in the 84. Coetzee trying to get into the C main. Be at the very back of the C main, but he still wants to be one of those drivers who can make it through. It's a good time to say that the top 6 out of each race. And as you can also see, Eric Monaco has started to lose some ground. He hasn't fallen off completely yet, but he might end up dropping out of the A main entirely if he can't get down to the bottom side, or if he can't make a run on the outside stick.
He's getting actually shoved up all the way to the outside. Lucas Tran in the 21 is now in position for the A main, and now Scott Roush has kicked things up a notch. So Eric Monaco got kicked out of the A main and is now in that second position for your B main transfers. However, Scott Roush isn't done with Lucas Tran yet, and meanwhile, Robert Harrison's trying to get by Sam Verbeek. Everything is happening on these last couple of laps in the heat race. And Sam Verbeek is having a massive battle here with Robert Harrison, but Sam Verbeek ends up winning it out. And now Ryan Reed, I believe he was just biding his time behind the top two, and he has now reached the lead. What a wild last couple of laps in this heat race. And as you can see, those guys are still nose to tail from third back on to fifth. White flag in the air. Ryan Reed has the lead. And it looks like he is going to take it. Ryan Reed in the 25 will take the victory. Second goes to Jacob Ray. Third to Sam Verbeek. Fourth to Robert Harrison. And fifth is the 21 of Lucas Tran. But man, oh man, did that race change completely in like the last 4 laps of it. So Ryan Reed takes the win and will be one of your Fast Dash drivers, as well as Jacob Ray in that 55 machine. Both Jacob Ray and Matthew Axe have made it into the Fast Dash. Meanwhile, the rest of the A main will be the 31 of Sam Verbeek, the 99 of Robert Harrison, and the 21 of Lucas Tran. Scott Roush in the 37 will make up your first B main transfer. Eric Monaco, Gatlin Downey, TJ Hanley, and Malik Alexander are the rest of your B main transfers. Jason Haynes, Aiden Faith, Christian Misdrak, and Dennis Coetzee make up your C main transfers. Quish Sotomayor, Andrew Johnson, Daniel Bouchard, and Colton Yohe are going to make your D main transfers, and then Tristan Wilhoit, Keegan Thompson, and Joey Hamilton are going to be your E main starters out of heat number 4. Two heat races to go before I have to completely go and do the whole rosters for each race. However, this has been an interesting result so far, as we will go through qualifying. And mind you, I did not edit any of this. The only things I think I might have edited were my own drivers. So this current pole sitter is completely... how do I put this? I did not expect this current pole sitter at all. Because right now, the 38 of Tanya Breyer is on pole. To her outside is going to be the 2 of Aiden Milliken. This is heat number 5, if you weren't aware. Andrew Oliveira in the 2 car for Smart Motorsports is going to start inside of Nicholas Wade in the 5. Mac Johnson in the 96 going to start inside of Jennifer Power in the 76. Caleb Henderson in the 12 is going to start inside of Joseph Srigley in the 93. That is the SimCAD number 93 for J. Barker Motorsports. Gerard Aron in the number 80 starts the inside of, I believe, row 5. And his outside will be the number 77 of Josh Joyner Jr. That will be to his outside. Austin Jakes in the 42 will start inside of row number 6. Josh Bullitt in the 31 will start to his outside. the 71 of David Barraza starts inside of row number 7. To his outside is the 00 of Nicholas Lothar Irving. Konstantin Jameson in the 84 starts inside of row number 8. To his outside is Andrei Popov in the number 5052. Row number 9 is the 26 of Eli Bright. And to his outside is going to be the 20 of TJ Smith. And row number 10 is going to be the 07 of Brian McDonough. To his outside is the 74 of Juan Garcia. And to the final row, the last car of heat number 5 is the 58 of Jack Halleck. So that is your starting lineup here for heat race number 5. We are almost done with heat
Drivers,
racing.
to your cars.
So we will see 2 more heat races. And then we will have, I believe, the E main. I will have the E main, the D main, and the C main set up. I'll set up all the mains and then I'll have to go through who goes where. I might do the fast dash, or I might just do the E main. I'm not entirely sure what order I should run them in. I'm kind of thinking do the E main first, do the D main second, and then do the fast dash before the C, B, and E, or C and B. Because it's got to come before the A main anyways. So Tanya Breyer leading him around in the American Ethanol number 38. Everything is getting set to go here, and a good jump from the 2 car of Aiden Milliken. He's going to get out a little bit ahead of Tanya Breyer into turn 1. But Breyer is going to get the advantage coming out of turn 2. And now down the backstretch. And wow, what a jump from Tanya Breyer coming out of turns 3 and 4 for lap number 1. Andrella Vira sitting in second. Mac Johnson and the rest trying to battle it out for the top 5. You can see a lot of cars trying to get into that top 5. Gerard Aron in the number 80. He's trying to make his way through. This is a massive glom of cars here at the start of this one, trying to battle for the top 5. Meanwhile, the top 2 have just taken off and left everyone in the dust. Mac Johnson in that 96 is trying to get to the inside and keep it there.
Rick, you piece of shit, how you doing?
How you doing, Chavez? We are running ASCA and MSCA all at once. You remember? Do you remember that race that I was going to do with Colin when before his house decided to commit seppuku? Did you say yes?
Sorry. Sorry if I'm like body right now. It's sorry not. I'm in the new place. I don't have it.
Well, meanwhile, other than that specific interruption, we have Gerard Aron making it up to 3rd. 4th is Austin Jakes. 5th is Caleb Henderson.
Are you recording this?
I'm streaming it, actually.
Is it on Twitch?
No, on YouTube.
The entire world heard me just walking in and saying, "You piece of shit, Rick."
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's not the worst thing I've had happen to me on a stream before. I'm in the voice chat for a reason.
No.
But yeah, the Copperhead Amateur Series is facing off against the KC Sportsman Series. At some random track in Canada. You weren't in the Copperhead Series, were you?
What?
I'm asking if you were in the Copperhead series at all.
Yeah. Remember the last season there? I had a terrible Martinsville race, and then I won the Martinsville Cup race.
Nice. I don't know if you're actually in this race. I know Isaac is in it. I think he's ended up in a C main so far.
Yeah.
David Barraza's trying to get into the A main. Nicholas Wade has made his way through into the A main, which I would expect from most of the full-timers. However, David Barraza is now trying to get by Nicholas Wade as Austin Jakes is into 4th position, and now Nicholas Wade is getting moved backwards. Joseph Srigley Puff is in 9th position, and he's going to start moving up through the field. Maybe. Well, now Caleb Henderson in the 12 is on the bubble right now. Not in the transfer yet, but he's hoping he can maybe make a move to get up there. Smart Motorsports might actually win something.
Cody Smart.
Yeah. He's got a Brazilian driving a Target car. It's him and Tanya Breyer trying to fight for the heat win. I didn't try to rig this, by the way. This is all based on what Colin sent me, and I didn't touch his stuff. TJ Smith is doing about as well as you'd expect him to do. Breyer doesn't look like she's even trying to make a move right now. So David Barraza in that 5 car. Or in that 71 car, still sitting in 5th position. Doesn't look like anyone's really made anything, any moves. Milliken and Wade have fallen off pretty hard.
Yeah.
Nicholas Wade in the 5 machine is now sitting in 10th position. Aiden Milliken, who started off in 2nd, he's now back in 12th. Doesn't look like much is going to be going on. Jennifer Power trying to make her way into the B main. Looks like she's probably going to end up in the C. And there's not really any battles over any transfer positions. Josh Bullitt in the pits. So something wrong on that 31 machine. He's going to have to make it all the way through from the E main to the A main if he wants to even make a chance at it. Randre Oliveira and Tanya Breyer going to cross the line for the final time here in heat number 5, and both of them will make it to the fast dash. Gerard Aron will make it into 3rd. 4th, Austin Jakes, and 5th will be David Barraza. And that's your top 5. That is your heat 5 A main transfer field. The rest of it, though, Josh Bullitt ended up 5 laps down, so something obviously went wrong with his car. That's the first time I have seen anyone have issues so far today. Andrew Oliveira, Tanya Breyer, Gerard Aron, Austin Jakes, and David Barraza, your top 5. Top 10, Caleb Henderson, Joseph Srigley, Mac Johnson, Constantine Jameson, and Nicholas Wade. That's your B main transfer field. Out of heat number 5, Jennifer Power, Aiden Milliken, Andrei Popov, and Josh Joyner Jr. make up the next 4. That'll be your C main transfers. Nicholas Lothar Irvin, Eli Bright, Brian McDonough, and TJ Smith transfer into the D main. And then Jack Halleck, Juan Garcia, and Josh Bullitt transfer into the E main. Josh Bullitt obviously having problems. And now finally, we have made it to the final heat race of the day.
Drivers, to your cars.
As we will get ready to rock it here for the final heat race of the night. As we go through starting lineup here, James Richardson in the 09 going to start inside of Dylan Mambrilla in the front row. James Austin in the inside of row 2. To his outside is Martin Grayson as the 86. Kenny Washington in the number 1 starts inside of row number 3. To his outside is Samantha Jones. This looks like a very stacked heat race, so this is going to be pretty tough for anyone to try and make it through here. The number 7 of Nicholas Samudio starts inside of the 15 of Aaron Reese. Andrew Gorman, another Malley Motorsports Honda Civic, starting inside of row number 5. To his outside is the 80 of Rick Witt. Kev Shearer in the 78 starts inside of row 6. To his outside is Derek Hamill in the 15. William Johnston in the 02 is going to start inside of row 7. To his outside is the 69 of Eric Van Arsdale. In row number 8 is going to be the 51 of Roger Ray. To his outside is the 22 of Sean Ard. Row number 9 is going to be the 59 of DJ Curtis. To his outside is going to be the 72 of Andrea Martinez. And row 10, Carson Bowers in the 28. Starts inside of the 66 of Caitlin Murphy. And Vincent Crook will be the final car of heat number 6. And this is your final heat race as well. So we will
Drivers,
take a
to
little
your
break
cars.
after this heat race is finished, so that way I can get all the lineups ready for the 6 mains as well as the fast dash. Pretty stacked field up at the front, as well as some mid-level drivers as well. This is going to be an interesting one to watch. Probably about as much as Heat 4 was crazy at the end. I think the Heat number 6 will also be pretty wild. Alright, as the pace car pulls off, James Richardson has the field in his hands for the final heat race of the night. "20 laps to determine who goes where, who takes the final 5 spots in the night's A main, before obviously the B main transfers, but you know, that's a different thing. So James Richardson off to a good start right now. And James Austin in that 29 Casey's Dodge is going to be right on his tail.
Alright, Rick, I'm gonna head out since I didn't get to work, so I'll catch you later.
Alright, you can watch this shit later.
I shall.
It's going to be
I'll
archived.
look for Heat 5 for my entrance.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll catch you later.
James Richardson off to a good start, and everything's kind of strung itself out at the very start here. Nicholas Samudio sitting in 6th. He's the first driver on the bubble. You see everything else behind him. A lot of craziness going on right now. Rick Witt back in 11th. 10th is the 78 of Kev Shearer. Rick started up on that outside lane, so he's got a lot of work to do to get up to that A-main transfer spot, being held by Martin Grayson in the 86. Umbrella has fallen off a couple of spots off the gun. Sitting in the 4th position. Grayson in 5th. 6th is Nicholas Samudio in the 7. But he's got Andrew Gorman right on his back bumper, and Gorman's trying to make a move to the inside. Gorman in the 00 is going to try again to maybe make a move to the inside. Does not get it to work. And now you've got Samantha Jones looking to try and make a move to the inside of Gorman. She's going to actually get to the inside of Gorman through this set of corners. Rick Witt has moved up into the 10th position. That means he will be in the B main at least. Gorman has started to fall off a little bit off the pace. Although not much to expect out of a rookie driver, as Rick Witt has absolutely kicked on the burners. He knows that he's got to get up to the front of this field as quickly as he can. He's having a little bit of trouble. He's trying to navigate against Kev Shearer in that 78 machine. Rick Witt, a Penzo Pro Series regular since the inception of the ASCA. He's had a few rough seasons, but is able to get the job done when he believes he needs to. Has not been able to get up to a championship level yet, but still has been very consistent and has actually fought for a lot of Penzo Pro Series championships across the years. Meanwhile, Martin Grayson up in 5th, still holding strong. Well, James Austin has overtaken the lead from James Richardson, who looks to be somewhat dropping off in pace as we head into the second half of this heat race. Rick Witt starting to try and pull back in that gap on the 00 of Andrew Gorman after he lost a lot of time battling with Kev Shearer in that 78 machine. So now Rick Witt is starting to move back up through the field, and if he can't really... The thing is, if you can't make it into the A main, the best thing to do is try to make some positions up so that way you can make it through in the B main. You'll start in the back of the A main, but it's a long race with 50 laps to run. So if you can make it work, you can start from the back of the A main field and still make something happen. But right now, Rick Witt would be starting near the back of the B main field right now. I believe he would be starting in 30th position, and only the top 6 make their way into the A main. So every position counts, especially when you can gain 6 spots in your starting position just from being one spot up in your heat race. And now there he goes for the look on the inside of Andrew Gorman, but Gorman able to get by him on the entry. Back up to the lead, however, James Richardson takes back to the inside of James Austin. And James Austin might have lost a chance to make an impression in the fast dash as well with that move from James Richardson. Richardson in the 09 car. Now back to the lead. Kenny Washington in second. Dylan Membrilla has moved his way up to third. Fourth is James Austin. Fifth is Martin Grayson. James Austin and Martin Grayson are well-known veterans among the MSCA field. Nicholas Samudio in the 7. Samantha Jones in the 43. Those are your two first B-main transfers. Aaron Reese is also one of the main veterans of the MSCA. In fact, I think all of the big veteran drivers of the MSCA are in this race. James Austin, Martin Grayson, and Aaron Reese. As they come across the line for lap number 20. James Richardson holding the lead, able to get it back late in the race. And he will take the heat number 6 win in the last heat race of the night. James Richardson takes the heat race win. Kenny Washington finishes in second. And that'll move Kenny Washington into the fast dash, as well as James Richardson, who started on pole, finishes on pole. Dylan Membrilla, James Austin, and Martin Grayson will make up the rest of your A main starting field. Moving back to the B main starters is the 7 of Nicholas Samudio, the 43 Samantha Jones, the 15 of Aaron Reese, the 10 of Andrew Gorman, the 00 of Andrew Gorman, and the 80 of Rick Witt. Sean Ard in the 22, William Johnson in the 02, Roger Ray and Kev Shearer make up your C main starters. Your D main starters will be DJ Curtis, Caitlin Murphy, Andrea Martinez, and Eric Van Arsdale. And finally, Derek Hamill, Carson Bowers, and Vincent Crook will be your final E main starting field. Who hath joined me in the voice?
Your Season 4 Pennzoil Pro Series champion.
Well, welcome, Jay Barker, to the field. Or not.
I just watched the finish of that last heat race, and it looked like a good one.
I think Heat 4 was probably the best of all of them, as everyone was kind of battling for position towards the very end of the race. And I think one driver got knocked out of the A main transfer out of the heat race. So that was the last heat race of the day, and I'm going to have to go back and get into the rosters.
So we're into an intermission period?
They're going to do some track maintenance if you can do that on a pavement track.
You can scrape away the marbles and such.
Sure.
Put down some more tire prep.
So,
that's what they do in drag racing.
Oh, gee. This ain't drag racing, first off.
Not quite.
So we're going to look at seeing here. I got a lot of work I got to figure out. First, let's start with the fast dash, since that's the one that I'm already on. That's the page that I'm already on.
Landon Castle is running in the top 10.
And that is in the cup race, isn't it?
Yep. Kyle Larson is leading.
Max and Norm Mantiel were the two drivers to make it out of the Heat 1. Make it into the Heat 1 fast dash.
So what are our consies looking like?
We got a pretty stout field. We have an E main, which will be, I believe, 10 laps. I might kick that up to 20. But we will have an E main all the way up to an A main with a fast dash to set the top to set the top 12.
So do we have some chance at alphabet soup, is what you're saying?
As far as the drivers that are in the E main, probably not, but maybe Josh Bullitt has a chance of running through the field, but he has a long way to go in that E main let alone making it to the top 6 in the D main.
So did we have incidents in any of the heat races?
Every heat race seemed pretty clean. It wasn't like the one that Snek sent me when this race was originally planned to run, where there was just a massive pileup in the in like one of the heat races, which like put like a bunch of drivers into the E main. Actually, if I were to look at it here, once I get done with putting the fast dash together, I can show you what I think it would have been like. I think I have it set to where it would have been what Snek's heat races would have created. So, as far as the fast dash, the only teammates we have are Jacob Ray and Matthew Axe. That's the AC Delco and the Napa Pontiacs. So, heat number 6, James Richardson and Kenny Washington. The last two.
Set by random draw?
This will be, set by random draw fast dash. Or as random as a random draw I can get.
AKA, you're just going to put them into a roster and load up the session?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to know what the E-main would have looked like with the way Snek set it up, with the way Snek gave me his heat races, Julio Caesar, Vinny Wiese, your driver, Carson Bowers, Andrew Oliveira, Kyle Springer, Kelly Lee, Vincent Crook, Brady Burkhart, Justin Garza, Ricky Freeman Jr., Joey Hamilton, Josh Joyner Jr., Antonino Russo, and DJ Reed. So Vinny Wiese and Julio Caesar would have made it in automatically. And probably Oliveira. But considering Vinny Wiese, who is a full-time driver in the Copperhead Amateur Series, would have ended up in the E-main, would have made for an interesting soup run.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do, these are all how I like them, actually. I'm gonna save these. And I'm going to run them as, my own kind of thing where I can see where everyone would have ended up. Actually, no, I could tell you how everything ended up. Vinny Wiese ended up transferring obviously out of the E main, ended up at the back of the D main, and did not even make it past the D main. So unfortunate for Vinny Wiese that he ended up in that wreck. That basically massive pileup.
Tyler Reddick has taken the lead on the last lap of Stage 2.
Heat 2.
Did I say Heat 2 or Stage 2?
No, you said Stage 2. I said Heat
Okay.
2.
I got worried.
Okay. So
Oh, Reddick gets pushed out. See ya. We'll be seeing you. Morrison and Elliott running 1-2 coming to the line. Oh, there goes Elliott.
Carson Bowers, Derek Hamilton.
And Chase Elliott wins Stage 2. Justin Haley gets second. And Tyler Reddick's coming down pit road. He ran out of gas.
Fantastic.
as there's no point in watching football for the rest of the day because my Bears lost and my Hawkeyes lost yesterday. So I have had 2 shots of Crown, and now I'm feeling a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can see Vinny V's actually not, make it out of the D main this time. He actually is he's actually in the
Are we in an
show.
intermission right now?
Yeah, we're in intermission still.
Okay.
I'm sitting on building the E main roster at the moment. Probably going to do a short intermission after every race because I have to put the rosters together anyways.
So what you're saying is we could play YMCA and does this racetrack have LEDs? I assume not.
No, because it's not even a night race. I can't change that. Alright, Kyle Springer, Ricky Freeman Jr., and Kelly Lee are my last for the E main.
So how about Chad Simpson getting a car on iRacing?
Yeah. Too bad he
It's
didn't
very
get it.
nice.
Too bad he didn't get it before Jay Johnson.
That's an interesting fact. As Brian Burkhofer has been called from the bullpen to drive the High Five Racing machine. And if he gets a car on here with a custom number, then I don't know what to do. You know what? Jason Utter will come out of retirement.
I'm actually building the D main lineup now.
Nice. Will C stand for crash today?
With the way everything has been playing out, probably not, but I could change that. Just kick up the AI's...
I'm not saying you should, but I'm not saying not to.
I'm just saying maybe I could kick up the overall a little bit, and you could see some death. I think that's the end of the playlist. You know what we should play? You know what happens to the cream?
Oh no. It rises to the top?
Exactly. But you know who gave us that beautiful nugget of knowledge?
You're not going to play the Randy Savage rap song, are you?
No, I'm playing Macho
Okay.
Man instead.
Okay. I got very worried for a second. Just hearing my voice on the playback, I sound really depressed, but I'm not, I promise.
I don't know about that.
We'll see. Iowa has no chance at any sort of championship this year, and
Well, at least you can have solace in the fact that my high school is doing really good.
you know what? Actually, I wouldn't mind actually going to one of those games.
I mean, you
Which
got...
I don't know when the next home one is.
That is not this week, but next week. That is the last home game, and that's probably the game you want to go to, because that is the top 2 in that division.
Well, we'll
I
be at
guess.
Dubuque that day, won't we?
I don't know if I'm going to go to the Friday race or not, actually.
But definitely Saturday.
Well, no, actually, no. Dubuque is... Yeah, I'm going to go Saturday.
Okay.
It's kind of like the same situation. Like, I kind of want to take the work day off just so I can go to the race, but it's also Dubuque, which is like an hour and a half away, I think, from me. And from you, it's like 2.5 hours.
Oh, one of my buddies from high school got married yesterday.
Nice.
Nice. And I wasn't invited.
It's basically like my entire high school. Everyone's getting married, and then I'm not getting invited at all.
Yeah.
Wait, you still exist? I thought you died.
Yeah. Yep. Bravo 6 has just gone dark for a long time. Oh, come on. That was funny.
It's only funny if you end up getting thrown into a fire.
Fair enough.
When you become the real ghost. I'm disappointed that this never got played at Knoxville.
What, Macho Man?
Yes.
Eh, it's the lesser known of the Village People songs.
It's still one of the better ones. Alright, so I got the D-main put together. So I'm not going to make us wait any longer.
So on to the E main for this evening.
On to the
Or afternoon, I should say. It's nowhere even close to the evening. I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning.
Drivers, to your car.
However,
Drivers,
it's not
to
the
your-
first. It's not completely over yet. By the way, I forgot. I have to do the save game editor to get the lineup correct. Oh Jesus, where's everything at?
I didn't realize how small the press box that Talladega had. I thought it was a lot bigger than that. Unless they just did a massive renovation there and I don't know about it.
Maybe I should go to the NR2003 instead of N4. All right. So I guess Kyle Springer.
This is the Victoria in Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe there's an actual track there. It's just...
I remember this off of NR a while ago.
Ricky Freeman Jr. is in 7th place. But I'll move him up, and then Kelly Lee.
I'm pretty sure there's another one, but it's like in wherever else there's a Victoria. Australia.
Yeah, probably. Should be glad Isaac's not in here.
Well, I should be worried about Stuart because he actually lives there. Unless he really doesn't care about his country anymore.
Well, yeah, Victoria, though, is a state, not a town, so
Yeah.
there's the difference.
As Eric Jones takes the lead at Talladega. Now Chris Buescher to the lead.
All right, so the save game is now edited, and we have the correct lineup this time.
All right. 20 laps. How many transfer?
Drivers,
I
to your
believe,
cars.
let me pull this up real quick. It is 6 cars transfer from the E-Main.
So we're doing this Chili Bowl style.
Yep, so starting on the pole is the 30 of Kyle Springer. To his outside is Joe Allen in the 32. Christian Parker in the 04 starts inside of row 2. To his outside is the 88 of Tristan Wilhoit. Jack Halleck in the 58 starts inside of row 3. To his outside is Derek Hamill in the 15. Row number 4 is Ricky Freeman Jr. in the 56. To his outside is Caden Gutierrez in the 94. Row number 5 is Brady Burkhart in the 48. And to his outside is the 23 of Kagan Thompson. Inside row 6 is Juan Garcia in the 74. To his outside is Carson Bowers in the 28. Kelly Lee in the inside of I can't frickin' think now. Inside of row 7 is Kelly Lee. Outside of row 7 is Brandon Morris. Inside of row 8 is Antonino Russo. To his outside is Joey Hamilton. And the final row is Josh Bullitt, who ended up going down 5 laps. He had an issue that he had to pit for. And Vincent Crook in the 46 is the final E-Main starting position.
Drivers, start
All right.
your engines.
The Scrub Cup winner will start at the back of the D-Main. There will be 30 cars in that race, and that'll be also 20 laps.
We're really doing this Chili Bowl style.
The C main will be 30 cars, and that will be 30 laps. B main 36 cars, and that's going to be 40 laps, and then the A main, obviously. A main is obviously the A main, so that's a 50-lap race with 36 drivers.
All right. Cars starting to roll into turn number 1. No visible issues yet.
I would
Are
try to...
cautions on?
Cautions are on. So we're gonna have to see which of these drivers. These guys don't get a whole lot of what is it? They don't get a whole lot of recognition, considering they're guys that usually end up in the back of a qualifying race for the Copperhead Series.
So this is your moment.
This is their moment to make something of themselves and not be the back of the Scrub Cup. So Kyle Springer with a good jump off the start.
These are the Alan Zoots of the field.
At least Alan Zoot could probably make the D main off of his heat race.
Maybe.
Christian Parker going to look to the inside of Kyle Springer, but he's not going to have... he might actually have the run. He's going to go to the inside. Springer trying to hold off Christian Parker, but not going to be able to do it. Joe Allen in the 32 going to follow behind Christian Parker, and he's going to have a good run to the inside, but he's got to fight for that position. Oh, and they're going 3 wide here. Tristan Wilhoit trying to make it work. Tristan Wilhoit now up to second in this 20-lap E-main. Derek Hamill following in behind him. Joe Allen has fallen all the way back to 4th. 5th is Keegan Thompson, and 6th is Kyle Springer.
Looking at the 3 wide action right now.
So Kyle Springer will hold the last transfer spot, so Brady Burkhardt is going to try his best to get into this spot. However, Josh Bullitt, he's the driver that had an issue in his heat race. I believe that was heat number 5. He's moved up to 8th position. He wants to at least get a transfer into the D main. Unsure whether or not he would have made it any further than the D main out of the heat race, but he's doing everything he possibly can to get into position and maybe make a move for the transfer spot. Back up at the front, Keegan Thompson getting by Joe Allen. He started to fall off a little bit. Derek Hamill still following behind Tristan Wilhoit as Christian Parker still holding the lead. Burkhardt finally was able to get by Kyle Springer, who has slowly started to fade. Josh Bullitt has fallen off the back end of the 48 of Brady Burkhardt. However, Joe Allen has also started to lose some time.
So Brady Burkhardt holds the last transfer, correct?
Currently, Brady Burkhardt is in the 6th position. That is the last current transfer spot.
Josh Bullitt, he started way at the back of the field, and he's up to P7.
Yep, he had I believe he had an engine issue or something went wrong on that car in heat number 5. And he was 5 laps down by the end of it, sitting in the pit lane. And
so he needs to boot, scoot, and boogie here. Is Burkhardt going to go for a move on the black and white 30-something?
That is the 32 of Joe Allen.
All right.
Caden Gutierrez has also made some moves through the field, as Joe Allen is slowly getting caught up by the 48 of Brady Burkhardt. Burkhardt now going to the inside. Burkhardt looking to maybe make a move on it, but now he has dropped some time, and now Josh Bullitt is right on his tail down the front stretch.
Obviously, you want to try and get up there as far as you can to get a better starting spot for the next race, but risk versus reward here. But you are in the 6th transfer spot, so you might as well go for more.
Yeah, it isn't as much as you would get from the heat race, but Josh Bullitt easily able to dispatch Brady Burkhardt into turn 3, and now Josh Bullitt holds the 6th position. So Josh Bullitt going from an issue in his heat race now to the transfer position in the E-main. Will be the last transfer spot in the E-main, and now he's right on the back of Josh Allen, or Joe Allen. Not going to make a move into turn 1. He's just biding his time right now.
So halfway through on my screen, Bullet is up to 6. See if he can get any more out of this.
And he is looking to the inside of Joe Allen. Now for 5th position. Josh Bullet is running through this field. He's doing everything he has to do. And this is to be expected. Josh Bullet was one of those drivers who could have possibly made it into the C main off of the transfer from the heat race. So this is not to be unexpected.
As the fight's going to be on for the 6th place again, as Burkhart goes to the bottom and will get around Allen.
Moving back up to the front, Christian Parker in the Avid number 4 machine has been pretty much
As
all on
Allen's
his own.
going to fall back.
Joe Allen has started to really drop off pace. Derek Hamill in 2nd. 3rd is Tristan Wilhoit, after Hamill was able to get by him. And I think this might be how your field stacks up. Brandon Morris is sitting in 7th position right now. I'm going to see if I can share my screen on Discord as well. And I think my computer decided it's not going to die. So now you can see the live feed.
That's good. So Brady Burkhart
Burkhart is
holding on to P6.
Yep, he's still your current transfer spot holder. Josh Bullet in 5th. Keegan Thompson in that 23 is in 4th. 3rd is Tristan Wilhoit. 2nd is Derek Hamill, and he is closing in on the back of Christian Parker. However, there's only 3 laps to go once they cross the line this next time by. Sitting at the back, the 74 of Juan Garcia, the 35 of Kelly Lee, the 46 of Vincent Crook, Ricky Freeman Jr. in the 15th position. 14th is Jack Halleck. And your pole sitter, Kyle Springer, is sitting in 12th position, so that could maybe tell you kind of how that heat race, the strength of field in that heat race. If Kyle Springer was your pole sitter, heat number 1 doesn't look like it was all that fruitful.
So were the heat races just a draw?
I believe the heat races were random draw, yes.
Okay. That makes it exciting.
As last lap has been displayed, white flag in the air for Christian Parker in the 04.
2nd place was catching a little bit, unless that's just a lap car.
Nope, that's Derek Hamill in the 15, and it looks like Christian Parker will take the win. Derek Hamill 2nd, Tristan Wilhoit 3rd, Keegan Thompson 4th, 5th is Josh Bullet. And your final transfer spot out of the E-main is the 48 of Brady Burkhart. Going through your E-main finishers, Christian Parker takes the win. He will start in the 25th position. Starting 26th in the D-main is Derek Hamill. 27th in the D-main is Tristan Wilhoit. 28th in the D-main starting spots is Keegan Thompson. 29th in the D-main starters is Josh Bullet. And Brady Burkhart in 30th for your D-main transfers. These are your non-transfers. That'll be Caden Gutierrez in the 94. Brandon Morris in 7th in the 72. 8th is Caden Gutierrez in the 94. 9th is Joey Hamilton in the 75. 10th is Joe Allen in the 32. Antonino Russo in 11th in the 79 car. Carson Bowers in 12th. 13th, Kyle Springer. 14th, Ricky Freeman Jr. 15th, Jack Halleck. 16th, Vincent Crooks. 17th, Kelly Lee. And 18th, rounding out your full field, is Juan Garcia in that 74 machine. Let me grab a screenshot of that top 6. And so there will be a short intermission.
So were there any surprises to you in that one?
Not really. Everything kind of seemed to go as I expected. Josh Bullet was able to make it up through the field and into a transfer spot.
started in the last 2 rows, I believe, and was still able to move up. And how many cars are in the next one?
The next race will have 30 cars, and it will be a 20-lap
So
race
that'll
as
be-
well. That'll be a tall.
Oh, that's
that'll be a
tough.
tall order for anyone to even make it from 30th. or
Even
make
with
it from-
cautions, it's still going to count caution laps.
Yeah, if cautions come out, that's going to be a really big issue for some of those guys.
Unless it's like a full-on NR pile-up, but
Yeah, that's the only thing you can really hope for if that's the case.
yeah.
And not get involved. But even then, you're at the back of the field, so you're most likely going to end up involved in it.
Thanks for coming, Josh. It was a pleasure.
I mean, he made it interesting. Unfortunately, he had an issue in his heat race. He probably could have started in the C main or at the front of the B or front of the D main. He seemed like he had a pretty good car that would have been at least that level. But obviously, things happen, things break, cars can't last all the time.
Ross Chastain leading at Talladega with 45 laps to go.
I bet that'll probably change.
Most likely. Brad K running P3 and Todd Gillen, I almost said Dave, running P5. Chris Buescher up there too.
All right. So we are ready to go. Or not entirely ready to go yet. I still need to run race. What is it?
Drivers, to your
Save
cars.
game editor.
Save game editor, yeah.
Drivers, to your cars.
Such an iconic voice there.
Drivers to your cars.
Did you know the voice actor that played the spotter in this game was also Duke Nukem?
Interesting.
So I've been told.
Dick Kickham.
Yep.
So a much bigger field this time.
Will lap traffic be a factor?
With 20 laps, probably not.
Will this be like the Knoxville Nationals where we keep it clean the whole thing and then when the A main hits is when the shit hits the fan?
No idea.
When the stuff hits the fan, sorry. Edit that out, FCC.
The fellas at the freaking FCC.
Please don't take my net neutrality.
Hmm.
Is that even a thing anymore?
I don't know. Click, click.
Something interesting, Daniel Bouchard is actually was actually in the truck series, the American Ethanol Truck Series. Has the same number in the Copperhead Amateur Series.
Was that meant to be or no?
I think he did pick the number himself, but I don't know for sure. It might have been he ran my series first, and then he decided to just stick with the number.
Well, that's nice of him. Hello, Snek, you industrious little fellow.
Was he in the chat?
No, just saying. He could be. I have no idea.
I mean, he could be. I don't know. Wouldn't be the first time he stopped by on one of these. Alright. Closing in on the very last group of cars that I need to figure out. Jeez. Bork, bork, bork.
Wort.
Jesus Christ.
Ryan Blaney takes the lead with help from Brad Keselowski. 35 to go. And Ross Chastain takes the lead back.
Alright, now we can finally get to the last six. Christian Parker, Derek Hamill, Tristan Wilhoit, Keegan Thompson, Josh Bullitt, Brady Burkhardt. All right, hopefully I got it. So the first car on this list you're going to be surprised about. Starting on in the pole for the D main is the 90 car of Isaac Nichols. It's the only full timer in the D main field. On his outside is Trip McGinnis in the number 22. Row 2 is the 02 of Donnie Johnson. To his outside is the 14 of Chris Sotomayor. Row number 3, Nicholas Lothair Irving in the 00 starts on the inside of DJ Curtis. And row number 4, Jay Jefferson in the 83. And to his outside will be the 77 of Diego Yepes. Row number 4 is going to be the 79 of Carly Atkinson. To her outside is going to be the 33 of Andrew Johnston. Row number 5 is going to be the 26 of Eli Bright. To his outside is the 66 of Caitlin Murphy. Row number 6, Logan Hero Anderson in the 9 car. To his outside is going to be the 76 of Mike Mart. Row number 7 is going to be Ashlyn Boyd. To her outside is, or I don't know if that's a he or a her. I think it's a. I thought it was a he, but it could be a her.
It's a they.
Daniel Bouchard in the 55. Brian McDonough in the 07 car. Started the inside of row 9. To his outside is going to be the 72 of Andrea Martinez. DJ Reed starts in the inside of row 10. To his outside is Stephen Carmona in the 54. Stephen Carmona's teammate, the 53 Justin Garza, starts the inside of row 11. To his outside is the number 03 of Colton Yohe. TJ Smith in the 20 car starts the inside of row 12. To his outside is the 69 of Eric Van Arsdale. Nice. Christian Parker starts inside of row number 13. And to his outside is Derek Hamill in the 15. Tristan Wilhoit is going to start inside of row 14. To his outside is Keegan Thompson in the 23. And the final row, Josh Bullitt in the 31 and Brady Burkhardt in the 48.
All right.
D main lineup has been set.
So basically, in the words of Woody Harrelson from Zombieland Double Tap, it's time to nut up or shut up.
Well, Isaac Nichols has got no room to talk because he had a position in the A main, I think, and then he got pushed out completely in his heat race. I believe he was in the first heat race, which is why he's starting on the pole. He could have made it into the C main. He could have made it into the B main, but of course he had to lose a ton of positions in his heat race, and ends up back here. He's got 20 laps. Most likely will be transferring. And again, 6 cars transfer. That'll be the name of the game for the entire rest of this one. Top 6 will transfer on to the next race, so that's where you want to be in every single one of these mains if you're not in the A main. Slow and steady. The Australian man brings them around to the front stretch. And green flag is out. Trip McGinnis with a good jump on Nichols down the front stretch. But he's not going to hold it for long as Nichols is able to run that inside lane very easily.
Almost a 3 wide back there.
Isaac Nichols able to really hold that inside down. Donnie Johnson in the 02, sticking it into second.
Oh, 3 wide in the back. They settle it out.
Nicholas Lothair Irving in the 00, holding third. Fourth is Trip McGinnis. Fifth is Jay Jefferson, his teammate. Chris Sotomayor in the 14, hoping to stay in sixth, but he's got Carly Atkinson to his inside.
Oh, wow.
Really
way up the racetrack.
Really shot up the racetrack there.
lot of these drivers understand what they're racing for, so they really got to keep things moving here. And we're going 3 wide with Sotomayor, Eli Bright, and Caitlin Murphy, but they figure it out.
Good racing here at the Victoria Speedway. Speedrome, I don't know what it's called.
Caitlin Murphy has been moving through the field. She started in 9th this last lap and has made it up 2 positions. So that Jegs number 66 is on a move here. Meanwhile, most of the MSCA drivers are up in the top 6 right now. I say most because not all of them are in the top 6. I do not believe the E-Main had any MSCA KC Sportsman drivers. Or at least no teams with the KC Sportsman series. You see Josh Bullitt has moved his way up to 22nd position, as well as Keegan Thompson. Some of the drivers who were in the last race have made it up a substantial amount, but they haven't made it up far enough that they can actually hunt for that elusive 6th position. Trip McGinnis is starting to fall off pace a little bit as he is stuck up high.
Seems like the top 6 have pretty much checked out from the rest of them.
Top 6 is kind of pulled away, but Andrea Martinez has started to pull him back in that bar none dodge. And she's really looking at trying to make this one work. Trip McGinnis is now under threat as he is about to lose the 5th position to Carly Atkinson, and he's got the 6th position potentially lost to the 72 car of Andrea Martinez. Martinez dives to the bottom side. McGinnis can't do anything about it. He's going to have to relinquish the spot, and now Andrea Martinez has got the transfer.
72 flying up through these guys. Here we go.
Ashlyn Boyd in the number 19. Not far off of Trip McGinnis, but trying to catch up to the 72 car as these top 6 have really started to check out. Nicholas Lothar Irving, Donnie Johnson, and Isaac Nichols obviously has pulled away from the rest of the field. Here's the back of the field. Justin Garza in the 53 car. Meanwhile, Isaac Nichols. I think he's got about a half-track lead by this point.
Basically right now, just take her easy, save the car for the C.
That's all you really need to do at this point if you've got this much of a gap over 2nd place and everyone else behind you, is that much further behind you. Not really.
Isaac, I think he knows he's got a lot better equipment than some of the rest of these guys in this field.
Well, considering he's a full-timer too, he kind of has the understanding, he's got the capabilities that some of these other guys maybe don't have, especially with the equipment. That's night hopping racing stuff, so in comparison to some of the other cars out here, he's got a lot better car than most of these drivers out here. Even Donnie Johnson, that's basically a home-built car for him and his daughter, who is in the C main. That will be the 20 of Dawn Johnson.
Oh, Keselowski got a speeding penalty, rip.
Nicholas Lothar Irving still sitting in 3rd. Jay Jefferson in an 83 in 4th. 5th now, Andrea Martinez. She has started to move up through this top 6 field. As we look back through, Caitlin Murphy, who was potentially threatening for a good run, has fallen all the way back to 17th. Josh Bullitt has made his way up to the 18th position, so he's almost pushed through halfway, through about half of the field from where he started. So obviously Josh Bullitt has some kind of has the ability to get the job done, but obviously didn't have the starting position.
Whoa!
Guy Bouchard flying way up the racetrack. You can see the top 6 has definitely pulled away. DJ Curtis, a Fitzwater Australia Racing rookie, not able to really do anything in that Wilson Security number 59. As you can see, Andrea Martinez right on the back bumper of Jay Jefferson in the 83 car. 2 laps to go for Isaac Nichols, as Martinez trying to dive to the inside of the 83 car, not able to get the job done there. She might be looking to try and make the same move into turn 1 next time by, or maybe out of turn 4.
White flag for Isaac.
And Isaac Nichols, obviously, he's got to the point where he is heading down the straightaway by the time they're turning in to make their move into turns 3 and 4.
Out of 4, all alone like the chess club president on prom night. Isaac Nichols taking the win in the D.
Donnie Johnson second, Nicholas Lothar Irving in third. Fourth is Andrea Martinez, fifth Carly Atkinson and Jay Jefferson. Thankfully, no one was close behind. He's going to end up in the 6th spot. So he lost 2 positions in the last corner to both Carly Atkinson and Andrea Martinez. So luckily, Trip McGinnis wasn't that close behind, and he will be the first driver out of the D main.
All right.
So a pretty spread out D main.
It's pretty calm. Couple moments in there, but overall.
6th was about 6 seconds back off of the leader of Isaac Nichols, who pretty much showed the way the entire race.
So surely Isaac will be happy with that performance, and surely he might feel confident for the C.
Definitely going to have a little bit more confidence going in. The fact that he knows that his car is capable of doing that kind of a having that kind of a performance. But we're gonna cut the.
Oh boy!
You're gonna cut everything a little bit. As from the D main, we have your top 2 finishers in each heat race. Qualifying.
Time for the Dirt Vision Fast Pass Dash.
Qualifying will be randomized. So the drivers will have... So all the drivers have pulled for their starting position in the Fast Dash. And the teammate of Isaac Nichols, James Richardson, has drawn the pole. Second place in the first heat race, and obviously second place starting spot is the 44, the Italian of Norm Mantiel. Tanya Breyer in the 38, going to start inside of row number 2. To her outside is the 83 of Jake Baskinger. Matthew Axe showed the way in heat number 1. He's going to be starting 3rd row inside. And on his outside is the number 1 of Kenny Washington. Jeffrey Finguy starting row 4 inside. To his outside is the 44 of Elijah Gordon, row 5 inside. A pretty surprising top 2 finisher in the second heat race, James Johnson in the 01. And to his outside is the number 55 of Jacob Ray. And finally, Andre Oliveira in the 2 car. And to his outside is the number 25 of Ryan Reed. 10 laps the distance. And this will set your A main starting lineup from 1st to 12th.
Drivers, start your engines!
All right. Time to show what you got here. Try and get a good starting spot for our feature tonight.
Obviously, you don't want to really push yourself too hard, but at the same time, the driver who has started on the pole has seemingly had the best chances of doing well.
The Heat 6 winner, I believe.
Yes, James Richardson winning Heat 6. Kenny Washington not far behind him. Tanya Breyer was second in heat number 5. Norm Mantiel was second in heat 1, and he is going to start outside of the front row. And again, I will say the most interesting of all of these guys is the number 01 of James Johnson. He was a driver who was unexpected
who had an unexpected second place in his heat race. That was heat number 2. Finished second behind Jake Baskinger, who's starting in 4th here in the Fast Pass Dash.
And green flag waves on the dash.
James Richardson gets a really good jump off the start. And that bodes him well, but he's got a lot of fast cars right on his tail.
3 wide already in a dash.
James Johnson obviously wanting to get something going here, and he is really moving through the field in this 01 car. Something has been really brewing under this 01 car that we have not seen in the Copperhead Amateur Series. There's something about this 01 car right now that he has just kicked the burners on and he is ready to go. However, right now, James Richardson and Tanya Breyer, that's your top 2 right now. Norm Mantiel will start in 3rd if things are the way they are by the end of this one. Matthew Axe in the 56 car. He dominated the heat number 1, but he has got a long way to go. He's got 3 cars that he's got to pass, and he's got a short time to do it. Norm Mantiel diving to the inside. He's going to try to take Tanya Breyer into turn 1. Norm Mantiel to the inside of Tanya Breyer, but Breyer's got the outside lane. And she will push past the 44 machine. Now Matthew Axe going to try to take a stab at Norm Mantiel. Norm Mantiel has to push up the racetrack, and now Matthew Axe trying to take that 3rd spot.
Top side of the speedway coming in, it looks like.
Top side is definitely better on the exit, but it's not as good on the entry.
Matthew Axe tried taking a swing with an axe on on 3rd.
Oh my goodness. James Richardson, however, after halfway...
His favorite movie, The Shining, by the way.
Oh, Jesus. Norm Mantiel, the Italian driver 2 seasons ago, he didn't even have any sponsorship on that car. Somehow managed to wind up winning a championship in an unsponsored car.
Now running P3 in a dash for the biggest race of his career right here.
You wouldn't think an Italian would do this well in stock car racing, would you?
Yeah, Max Pappas did all right.
He
wasn't running P3, though.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is like ARCA level P3, so...
Yeah. Maybe.
2 laps to go for James Richardson. Nighthawk Racing having a good time right now, watching one of their cars at least doing well. You can see the rest of the field behind him. Jeffrey Finguy not having a great dash at all.
Tell you what, this feature is going to be really fun looking at this dash.
White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Norm Mantiel, Matthew Axe, and Jake Baskinger, 4th, 5th, and 6th, or 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now. However, the driver who has scored the pole, got it off the draw, and will get it off the win. James Richardson takes the dash win. Tanya Breyer finishes 2nd. 3rd is Norm Mantiel. 4th is Matthew Axe. 5th, Jake Baskinger. 6th is James Johnson with a fantastic early maneuver to get himself in that position. 7th is Kenny Washington. 8th, Ryan Reed. 9th, Andre Oliveira. 10th, Elijah Gordon. 11th, Jacob Ray. And 12th, Jeffrey Finguy. That's how your A main will start in the first 12 positions. The rest will
What a
be
performance by
determined.
Richardson there. Did you think that he would be on the pole for this thing?
Starting off, I didn't believe that he would have... I believe he would have the pace to make the A main, but getting to the pole is a bit of a different story. He had one of the most stacked fields, I believe, of the heat races. Especially considering there were 4 full-time drivers in that field, plus a good host of veteran MSCA Casey Sportsman drivers. Now we're going to have to go back into the intermissions here. as I get the lineups done for the C and the B main. Would you do you have any music requests that you would like?
Not really.
Let's play some Jimmy Buffett.
Cheeseburger in paradise. Why did you randomly spam that in the text chat last night?
Because I was listening to it and I was like,
Okay.
Jay seems like he's depressed. He needs something that would cheer him up.
I was long asleep by then.
Cheeseburger in paradise. All right. Castle Radcliffe.
Ten to go in the Talladega race. Ryan Blaney leading. Chastain second. Jones third. Any thoughts there?
Not really. Willis Lewis was driving the 19. He's driving
Oh
the
god,
12.
somebody's gonna fucking end up in the catch fence. Oh my god, Michael McDowell is second. Jones just took the lead.
I like how they say medium rare would be nice in a frickin' cheeseburger.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Why would you want that in your hamburger? Maybe if it was like a steak burger, I would
Gives it
understand.
flavor.
Yeah, but you want to have your ground beef to actually be cooked, though.
Well, maybe it is a steak burger because it's Jimmy Buffett.
Well, I mean, if it's a steak burger, I can understand.
I like my burgers medium.
Would you like to get botulism?
Yeah, I've lived long enough.
You haven't lived long enough to see Terry McCarl win a Nationals.
I mean, I've seen him win 3 in my lifetime.
360s don't count.
Yes, they do.
You also haven't lived long enough to see Donnie Schatz defeat the record of what's his name? Fucking
Steve Kinser.
It didn't come to me right away, but as soon as I said that, I figured it out.
Oh God.
The fucking king, and I forgot his name. Oh. Fucking.
Imagine forgetting the king's name.
How do I have 10 cars? Davey Johnson in this? Yeah. Oh, that's why Francois Chastain's in here, and he's not
7
supposed
to
be.
go.
And Castle Radcliffe is in here, and he's not supposed to be. Alright, now I got the 8 cars that I'm supposed to have. My fucking voice is absolutely dying.
Do you have the Rona?
No. I wouldn't be here if I did, now would I? Actually, I probably would.
Oh, yellow.
Oof. Who died?
What? Why is that a yellow?
Debris.
It's not even debris. So Hemrick, his car died, and he has stopped at the end of pit road on the very last pit box, and they called a yellow for it.
Can't have that now, can you?
He's not even nowhere near the racetrack, and they called a yellow.
It's dangerous.
This restart's gonna be dangerous.
We'll see. Now you understand why they called a yellow for it.
No, I don't understand.
They wanted dangerous.
How the hell is he in an unsafe situation? You're fucking high, Steve! Oh my god, the grass is on fire. The grass in turn 4 is on fire.
Maybe that's also why.
That could be why. I would accept that more than this.
It's dangerous.
So he like blew up, came down pit road, and some sort of chunk from his motor landed in the grass in 4 and caught it on fire. Have you ever seen that at a racetrack?
I mean, I've seen a guy like have his whole car catch on fire.
No, I mean like grass on fire.
I mean, it probably kept the grass on fire.
I've seen a sprint car cartwheel on fire. That was 14 years ago. Jesus Christ, I'm old.
Play some jazz.
Hit it, Giant Kenny G.
Did you just say cunt?
I almost did. I have hair on my legs that turn blonde in the sun.
I got hairy legs. That turn blonde in the sun. The kids used to come in, reach in the pool, and rub my leg down. And then watch the hair come back up again. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I'm not gonna say the last part because that's fucking creepy.
They used to have this used to be concrete out here, and if you jumped off it wrong, you used to land on the darn cement. And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Come down today and try some corn, or we will sacrifice your newborn. Alright, finally not done yet. Go all the way back to Nicholas Lothair. As you're listening to the soothing sounds of our retarded voices, Sean Ard, William Johnston.
I'm enjoying Aldi's brand tortilla chips.
Nice. Aldi is one of the best grocery stores.
It is. I just discovered how cheap it was.
And you used to work there.
I did not. I worked at Hy-Vee.
Oh wait, never mind. Oh, I thought you did say Hy-Vee for a second there. I don't know why I thought Aldi. My dad used to work as a truck driver for Aldi.
Ah.
Alright, so the C main is there's one extra driver that should not be there. Someone
is trying to sneak their way back into this field.
Why did I randomly put Nicholas Lothair Irving in here? I mean, he's in the field anyways. He made it through the D main. So, if that's the only driver that's not supposed to be here, that's actually technically supposed to be here anyways, I'll take it. Did Dawn Johnson? Okay, yeah, she is in the C main. Andrea Martinez and Carly Atkinson. What the hell?
So I'm missing one driver. Probably related to Carly Atkinson. As in, I skipped over. Oh, I must have missed Joyner. Nope, I got him. Andrei Popov. Nope, he's in there.
Huh?
I'm still trying to figure this shit out. Maybe I missed Coetzee. Or is he 15? No, he is 14. Nope, I got him. I think it might have been Mizrak, actually. He should be at the very top of the order. Nope, he's on there. What the fuck? Who did I miss? Might have been Jonathan Rains. Nope, I got him too. Alright, who am I missing?
Alright, how many overtime attempts do you think the NASCAR race will have? There's still a
All
good,
of
like,
them.
25 cars that are running for this.
Willis Lewis, Alan Eberhard, Patrick Curtis. Okay, so I got everyone from Heat 1. Heat 2 is Ernest Crispin. He's in there. Davey Johnson. Dylan Parker. Jerry Guerra. So Heat 2's good. Heat 3 is David Wilson.
Here we go into the restart zone.
Alan Holland. Might have been Alan Holland who I forgot. Nope, he's in there. Jonathan Rains, I know. Don Johnson.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
Heat 4 is Jason Haynes. Aiden Faith. Christian Mizrak, I know he's in there. And Dennis Coetzee. Heat 5 has Jennifer Power. Okay, that's who I'm missing. She had
Blaney leading.
She had the power.
From Jones.
Alright, the C main roster is put together. Now I need to figure out the B main.
I think we're going to make it to the white flag.
It's dangerous.
Oh, this is where it happens.
Alright. 5th through
Down
10th.
into turn 1. Here comes Elliott. Elliott's actually my random fantasy pick, I think.
John Art, Carter Friesen.
Down the back stretch for the final time.
Hiroma Kikana.
Oh, here comes Blaney back. Come on, Blaney. Go to block. Oh, god damn it. Elliott's going to win. Oh! Oh my god, are they actually going to make it? Elliott wins. That's sad. Maybe he'll get DQ'd.
This is so sad. Play Desperado.
That was a decent restrictor plate finish, though. We had a good 25 cars undamaged, so
Dangerous.
I think that's a win for that's a win for everybody. Yeah, I had Chase Elliott. That's my second win of the year in random.
Alright. Now to Greg Shivers. Christ almighty. Henry Guo. Francois Chastain. Francis Chastain. Eight 3 Xavier Carlson. Mitchell Henderson. Aiden Thomas. Nick Vasquez. Trace Howard. Scott Roush. Monaco. Gatlin Downey. TJ Hanley. And Malik Alexander. Do you know about the joy of painting?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
We got 21 cars here. Who do we have in here that we're not supposed to have? Supposed to have Johnny Gardner? I think so.
Alright, I've had enough of watching Chase Elliott be happy. We should do some Company of Heroes after all this. I feel like I need to kill some crowds to enjoy this weekend.
Unless I already put in the first. Did I put Caleb Henderson in there?
Actually, I'm gonna go grab a bowl of salsa real quick and be right back. Quick reminder, race fans here at the track, go down and visit our concession stands, please.
We need the money, damn it.
Yeah. we need to try and keep ASCA alive. So if you want to go down and buy a burrito bowl or two, or a Wheeler bowl, or a Famous bowl, or a chili bowl.
Or a poop bowl.
Our special drink here at the racetrack, actually.
That's called the toilet bowl. It's not toilet water like that shit at Eldora.
See, yeah, we put a whole thing of Taco Bell meat into a glass and we make you drink it.
Ah! Ah! Scott Roush, Eric Monaco.
And on the bottom of the glass, we fill it with Muy Caliente sauce. So yeah. I'll be right back, folks. Don't you go changing.
Alright then. Oh my goodness, how can I figure out where the hell I screwed up? Vasquez is supposed to be here. John Arndt. John Arndt is not supposed to be here. Okay, now I know where I messed up. Alright. Now to heat 5, Caleb Henderson. Joseph Srigley. Mac Johnson. Constantine Jameson. Nicholas Wade. And now Heat 6. Nicholas Smudio. Samantha Jones. Me, Mrs. Jones. Got a thing. Aaron Reese. Andrew Dorman. And Rick Witt.
Drivers, to your...
Alrighty now.
Alright. I have rejoined with my restaurant-style chips and salsa.
Nice. And you haven't missed a damn thing because I'm still figuring this crap out. I've gotten the rosters built, I just need to,
Oh my god, it says mild on the thing? That is bullshit. We're good. Seasoned very well. Wow.
better or worse than the restaurant we went to?
Like, what would I rather have?
I'm just asking, you know, what do you think is overall better?
The restaurant we went to. I've been going to that restaurant for like 15 years. I still don't know what it's called. I just know it as that restaurant in the Mexican, or not the Mexican mall, the Mexican restaurant in the mall.
Mexican restaurant at the Oskaloosa Mall.
Very good, folks that are watching. Go ahead and go there. I don't remember the name of the place, but you'll find it.
Yes, they'll find it based on the Mexican restaurant in ASCA Racing.
There's only like 3 of them. I think.
You think?
That's a little spicy. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't like spice. I just wasn't expecting it. I got fucking Pearl Harbored on that one.
You're racist.
Yeah.
You don't like spice.
No, I like spice. It's good.
Old Spice.
What'd you say? What'd you just say?
I said Old Spice.
Oh, that's what you said.
You appreciate my my musical stylings?
Can't hear it. I'm not watching the stream anymore.
Oh, what the hell?
Not on YouTube anyway. I'm still watching it on this, obviously.
You could give me views, and yet you're sitting here eating chips like a fat.
Yeah. Oh fuck, that is hot. It's not that hot, but it's up there. I don't know what that song is. Is this the C?
We are preparing for the C-Main, yes.
Let's go down to Wade.
I wish we could go down to Wade right now. We don't have Isaac.
Oh god, my lip! Ow!
We don't have Isaac in the chat.
I also found some puff corn, so
Fantastic.
Aldi's brand, of course. Oh my god, that throat feel is not good. Now when I buy mild, I expect mild.
I mean, what if you don't get one?
Drivers, to your...
Then I'll complain.
You get wild side. Alright. Everything's lined up. Reggie Dixon on pole in the 01 Walmart Toyota. To his outside is Ernest Crispin in the 61 Mopar Dodge. And then you have David Wilson in the 6 Dodge. Starting row 2 inside, to his outside is the 59 of Jason Haynes. Row 3 inside is Jennifer Power in the 76. To her outside is Sean Ard. Row 4 is Willis Lewis. And to his outside is the 08 of Davey Johnson. Row 5 inside is Alan Holland in the 11 car. And to his outside is Aiden Faith in the 61. Row 6 inside is Aiden Milliken in the 2 car. The tool car. And William Johnson in the 02 car. Alan Eberhard and the 16 machine is going to start inside of row number 7, I believe. And Dylan Parker to his outside. Row number 8 is going to be Jonathan Rains, and to his outside is his team owner and teammate, Christian Mizrak.
Row number 9 is Andrei Popov and Roger Ray to his outside. And row number 10 is Patrick Curtis in the 21. And to his outside is Jerry Guerra. Row number 11 is Don Johnson in the 20. And to her outside is Dennis Coetzee. Row number 13 is Josh Joyner Jr. And to his outside is Kev Shearer. Or that was actually row 12. Isaac Nichols in the 90 car in the inside of row 13. And this is the actual row 13. Donnie Johnson in the 02. Row number 14, Nicholas Lothar Irving in the 00. And to his outside is the 72 of Andre Martinez. In the final row is the 79 of Carly Atkinson and the 83 of Jay Jefferson. A lot of this field is MSCA drivers.
A lot of this field is also Dodge.
Literally all the Farnham Dodges in the MSCA are in this race. All three of them. All three of the Farnham Dodge cars are in this race except for Mike Mart Jr. in the 76.
And all three of them won't transfer. I'm kidding, I don't know.
I think David Wilson and Crispin might actually transfer. Eberhard is a bit of a question mark.
It'll be really interesting to see and watch how far Isaac makes it up through.
Isaac will be the one to watch for sure, because he's got the best chance of any one of the D-main transfer cars to make it through the field.
Did we have one not fire?
I am checking to see. I believe everything is correct.
Oh, wait, never mind. I'm stupid. All right.
Ricky Dixon in the 01 car. Also currently a driver in the ASCA iRacing series, as it turns out. If you would like to join in on that series, you can potentially replace him.
Coming out of 4, gonna come to the restart zone. Ricky trying to make his Uncle Scott proud.
He's not Australian, though. He's Canadian.
And green flag.
Green flag is in the air. Ricky Dixon and Ernest Crispin side by side into turn 1. And David Wilson following closely behind the 01 of Ricky Dixon. All these drivers up in the top 5, top 6 race each other. Oh my goodness.
Whoa!
Power move from Jennifer Power in that 76 machine. David Wilson now getting moved back to 3rd.
So we have a Power and a Dixon going 1-2.
Dixon Power. It makes so much sense now. I didn't know what Ricky and Jennifer were getting up to, but I didn't think it was like that. Oh my god.
Anyways, back to this.
Back to the race. Davey Johnson.
Transfer. Oh, he's going to lose it.
Oh, Jake Rogers is sad because his driver is losing a position to Alan Holland.
Whoa, God.
And Johnson slides up the racetrack a lot. Isaac Nichols all the way up to 16th in the first 4 laps of the race. He's got 30 laps to get things done, so he's got plenty of time.
Son.
He's got plenty of time to make it up to that top 6 if he can. The biggest question mark is whether or not he's going to make it out of the C main. Is whether he's going to make it out of the B main, because that one's going to be a tough one. There are a lot of good cars in that one.
So
Dixon Power.
Alan Holland holds the final transfer. Dixon out. Jennifer Power in 2nd.
And it crashed.
Oh.
Well, we're going to have to restart that one. Why did it do that?
So Justin Clark waiting a whole 5 laps to call that one back.
Well, that was a false start. We're back.
False start. Offense 101.
False start. Defense. Dixon Power.
15-yard penalty. Remains first down. I don't know why a false start's a 15-yard penalty now, but...
You have to start 15 rows back.
Start your engine.
Wasn't a false start always a 5-yard penalty?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's 15 yards for cars. All right, so that first 5 laps didn't happen. Remember when I went through the entire Atlanta race for the ASCA iRacing series only for it to crash and not save the results?
Yeah.
And
You want to
had,
share
like-
your screen again or not?
And you finished in second. The only unofficial ASCA iRacing series race.
Or Isaac just got robbed.
No, he'll be able to make it back up. Trust me, if he was able to do that on the first, 4 laps, he's going to be pretty good to try and make have a chance at it.
Do we still have a chance at a Dixon Power 1-2?
Possibly. That is, if Dixon actually gets a good run.
I think you found a new favorite word there.
Dickens cider. Green flag is back out.
Dixon have blue car.
And it's about the same as last time. Although David Wilson
Oh
got
God,
off.
here comes Power.
David Wilson got a better start. David Wilson got an absolutely better start.
Wilson trying to use the sling line. Out of turn 2, see what happens of it. Here he comes. Your race is for the lead down the backstretch. Whoa!
Ricky Dixon has a challenge from David Wilson. David Wilson is not a driver who has been seen mostly in the Sportsman Series as as you would say, a contender. Could have been a contender. In the Sportsman Series, he's not usually all that good off on the contention bit, but in the Truck Series, he actually.
There goes 3 wide for the lead, maybe.
Oh, Power trying to dive it into the inside.
I think they touched just a bit.
Trying to dive it on Dixon's bottom.
Oh my God.
Top 6 at the moment is all MSCA. Ever Alan
hard to the 5th position.
Alan Holland is doing a great job at holding that 7th spot, and he's going to try to get by Jason Haynes. Looking back on it here, Isaac Nichols up to 17th position, and he's trying to ride the rim on this track. Thrown back to 21st. Patrick Curtis in the Venom number 21 has won a single race in the Copperhead Amateur Series thus far. That was at Milwaukee, I think.
Isaac going to take him 3 wide? No, he thinks better of it.
I think the one race that that Curtis ended up winning was the one race where I said that we had put Venom sucks on the car. It didn't actually happen in the game, it didn't actually happen in real life, but it was. I consider it canon that the one race that Patrick won was the one race where Venom sucks was put on the car, because we were bitching that the sponsor wouldn't fucking leave. Davey Johnson has not had a good reset so far. Alan Holland back into the 6th spot. Top 6 is kind of right in the same group. And this is, again, a 30-lap race as opposed to the 20 laps that we've seen every race prior. And the 10 laps for the 10-lap race for the Fast Dash. Nichols trying to dive it into the inside of Donnie Johnson. You have to separate him because his daughter is in the 20 car, and she has the same name. And it's spelled with a W.
Yep.
So this is Don Johnson. The 02 is Donnie Johnson. Isaac is doing a pretty good job of holding up the speed here, but I don't know if he's going to be able to make it out of this C main with the way that he's progressing through the field. This is about where he was when the last race crashed. The last race crashed a lot earlier. Now, at the 30-car field, we might end up seeing lap traffic here.
We'll be halfway through. Time by.
About halfway through, and there's about a half a track lead for David Wilson. Isaac Nichols now on the back of Patrick Curtis in that 21 machine. Davey Johnson is starting to lose some speed. Don Johnson to his inside. She's going to make the move stick, and she's going to inherit another position. And a lot of drivers trying to run up high, it seems.
Whoa, that was close.
Isaac Nichols is going to dive it to the inside. He's going to follow Dennis Coetzee.
Isaac needing to throw a Hail Mary here to try and make it in.
I doubt he's going to make it in, just from how slow he's been able to move through the field. But he's moving through the field. He's moved up to 16th with that one. But again, that's 16th out of 30 with 30 laps, and you get half of the field to go with less than half the race over. Or you got 10 cars to pass. You get by Davey Johnson most likely fairly easily here. Now it's up to 15th position. Battle is brewing. Ricky Dixon has fallen out of the top 7 or top 6.
Big development there, pole sitter.
Ricky Dixon was one of the biggest, one of the most dominant forces in the MSCA Casey Sportsman Series for a while. It was basically him, Annalie Whitmer, and Dave Witt. All three of them were pretty much the drivers to look out for to win pretty much everything. Aiden Milliken has taken over the 6th spot from Alan Holland. And he's trying to get to the inside of Willis Lewis. As most of the MSCA cars have pretty much dominated the C main.
David Wilson gone like breath mints at a singles bar.
Looks like he's kind of pacing himself at this point, not really trying to push.
Yeah, might as well. You're good. Second and a half, 2 seconds out in front of everybody. No point in pushing too hard, maybe messing up the car, blowing a tire or something. Just that variable of anything can happen in this sport of racing.
Blowing a tranny isn't good in either sense of the word. Depends on who you ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
Depends on how drunk they are.
Yeah.
So with 5 laps to go, Isaac Nichols made it from 25th to 15th. He gained 10 positions on the field. Alan Holland is starting to lose ground here as he's lost some spots to Andrei Popov and Ricky Dixon, who was in the second position for most of the race, but has now fallen back all the way to 8th. That Shareback Racing Machines really dropped off. Jennifer Power sitting in second, but the one guy who has been leading the whole thing from the start is the 6 car of Ricky Dixon. Farham Motorsports, not one of the best in the racing of cars, but they've been fantastic in the trucks. And a C-Main win looks to be in the cards for this team. And a good run from David Wilson seems to be the reason for it. White flag in the air one more time.
Great performance by David Wilson here. I think this is what we call a country ass whooping.
I was gonna say we could see a move from Aiden Faith, but it doesn't look like he's gonna do it. David Wilson takes the win, and Aiden Milliken takes the final transfer spot.
A lot of big storylines in that one, like Ricky Dixon, not gonna make it.
Isaac Nichols made it up all the way to 14th position, starting from 25th, so I believe he had the hard charger award, if that was a thing in the B main, or in the C main. So your top 6 transferring on: David Wilson, Jennifer Powers, Sean Ard, Ernest Crispin, Willis Lewis, and Aiden Milliken. Those will be your 6 drivers making it to the back of the B main. 7th is Aiden Faith, Ricky Dixon in 8th. Unfortunate that he was ended up falling off the field, ending up back in that position. Andrei Popov in the 52. In 9th, 10th is Alan Holland. 11th, Jonathan Rains. 12th, Don Johnson. 13th, Jason Haynes. 14th is Isaac Nichols. 15th, Dennis Quetzy. 16th, Davey Johnson. 17th, Roger Ray. 18th, Alan Eberhard. 19th, Patrick Curtis. 20th is Donnie Johnson. William Johnston in the 21st position. Josh Joyner Jr. in 22nd. 23rd, Andrea Martinez. 24th, Jay Jefferson. 25th, Jerry Guerra. 26th, Kev Shearer. 27th, Dylan Parker. 28th, Carly Atkinson. Nicholas Lothar Irving, 29th, and Christian Mizrak rounds out the field of your C main. And so we'll get the B main prepared. Add in the 6 drivers that made it. So far, how has things played out as far as what you would consider? Has it played out to your expectations, or has it been a little bit more crazy than you might have thought? Or did you leave and not tell me you were leaving? What in the hell are you doing?
Huh? Yes?
I was going to say, what has this sort of thing met your expectations? Has it been a bit more crazy than you expected, or what's...
It's been fun all around. I do enjoy watching a race with a Supra involved.
always fun when the soup is here.
It is. What's your favorite type of soup?
Alphabet soup. Chili is second.
Chili is a stew, sir.
Well, it all depends on how you make your soup. All right, kicking it up to 40 laps this time for the B main. We got 36 cars lined up to do battle. Only the top 6 will survive and go on to make the final show in the A main.
Drivers,
This is going to be
your
something.
cars.
36 cars is the normal
Drivers,
field size
to your-
for the MSCA.
How many cars are in the A?
Also 36.
Okay.
So there will be 6 cars transferring on. The top 5 of each heat race made it into the A main automatically. The top 2 obviously went to the Fast Dash, and we already saw the results of that.
So will the winner come from the top 12?
I believe that the winner will probably be whoever starts on pole, because that's been sort of the common thread within the.
So you mean for the whole thing, the winner will be on pole?
I believe the winner will come from one of the first 4 rows, at least. And the pole sitter has had a pretty good run of the coupe. However, it could be that the pole sitter is probably
Will we have a fuel break at halfway?
no.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you think this is?
I don't know. Are you secretly rooting for MSCA drivers?
Well, I would like to see one of them take the win, but I mean, this has just kind of been a fun thing for the most part. Honestly, whoever is the top of the crop, the cream of the crop, as it were.
Will rise to the top?
Yes. How did you know?
60% of the time, every time.
So this is kind of where you're getting into your definite top of the lineup kind of race car drivers here. Drivers who would normally be fighting for wins in the actual Copperhead Amateur Series, or being up at the front in the Casey Sportsman Series. So, what would you say what would you give your chances of, of the top 4, would you say, if you remember who the top 4 are?
Who are starting in the A?
Yes. James Richardson, Tanya Bray, Norman Thiel, and Matthew Axe.
Well,
Who of
James
those
Richardson put on a show, if you want to call it that, in the dash. Won his heat race. I don't know if I'm going to make my pick right now, but if I had to, it'd probably be Richardson.
So, other than the dash, I think Matthew Axe put on a definite clinic in his
He was
heat
moving
race.
up, yeah.
He didn't have the best fast dash, like I had mentioned, but I think he still has the opportunity. He has some fast equipment. He's always been fast when it comes down to it. But the thing is, you know, you're starting in fourth. You're starting in fourth position, I believe. So you have to get through the melee that is trying to get to the inside on the first lap. And so that could be the real pitching battle here that he's got to deal with at the start of the race. Once things start to spread out, you might see someone able to move through, but I'd be surprised.
It'll be fun to see who Hard Charger is after all this. Dog is barking at something.
At least it ain't my dogs. They were doing that earlier, pissing me off. So, obviously, I'm going to have to bring this up. You have at least one driver in the A main. You have one driver, Joseph Srigley, driving your car. Obviously, he owned the team above you. He is your team owner, but right now you're his team owner.
Mm-hmm.
What are your expectations for your own team in regards to how they're going to end up finishing?
So Vinny, he was a pretty good driver, or he is a pretty good driver in the Copperhead series. He's got us a couple wins. I think Vinny will be better of the two. Sorry, Joseph. Not showing blatant favoritism, but Vinny's been our guy at JBR since day one, and I think he could be the man to lead us away.
I definitely think I got a pretty good stout field of cars under my organization as well.
I don't think I personally am in this race, or am I?
No, you're not.
Okay.
I am personally in this race. I'm starting 30th in the B main. So I've got a pretty long way to go. But as things are put together now, everything is filled out nicely.
Drivers, to your car.
We'll go through the starting lineup. Starting on pole is going to be Carter Friesen in the 14. To his outside is going to be the number 98 of Matt Dunn. Inside of row 2 is going to be Xavier Carlson in the 43 of Fitzwater Australia Racing Car. And to his outside is Scott Roush in the 37. Row number 3 is going to be Caleb Henderson, and to his outside is going to be Nicholas Smudio in the number 7. Row 4, the Japanese driver of Hiruma Kikana, driving for Jake Rogers. To his outside is Sebastian Torres in the 50. Mitchell Henderson, a American Ethanol Truck Series champion, is going to start inside of row 6. To his outside is the 0 of Eric Monaco from Alley Motorsports. Row number 7, Joseph Srigley in the 93, and to his outside is the 43 of Samantha Jones. Row number 8 is going to be the 36, is going to be the 63 of Dave Witt. To his outside is the 98 of Greg Shivers. Row number 10 inside is going to be, I think this is row number 9 inside. Aiden Thomas is the 73 car, and to his outside is the 17 of Gatlin Downey. Row number 10, the 96 of Mac Johnson, and to his outside, the 15 of Aaron Reese. The 49 of Johnny Gardner makes up row 11 inside, and to his outside is the 16 of Henry Guo. Nick Vasquez in the 64 going to start row 12 inside. To his outside is going to be the 08 of TJ Hanley. Row 13 inside is Constantine Jamison, and to his outside is the 00 of Andrew Gorman, another Malley Motorsports car. Castle Radcliffe, row 14 inside. To his outside is going to be Francois Chastain in the 86. Trace Howard makes up row 15 inside. Or actually, this is row 14 inside. Trace Howard. And to his outside is the number 95 of Malik Alexander. Nicholas Wade to the inside of row 15. And Rick Witt to the outside of row 15. That is your last heat transfer. Now to the B main, to the D main, or from transfers from the C main. I got everything mixed up there. David Wilson in the 6. To the outside of him is Jennifer Power in the 76. And then in row number 17, Sean Ard in the 22. To his outside is the number 61 of Ernest Crispin. Finally, Willis Lewis in the 12, and to his outside is the 2 of Aiden Milliken. That is your lineup for your B main and the last race before your main event. 6 cars, much like every other race beforehand, will transfer out of the B main and will make it to the A main, and will have a chance at winning the final showdown. 50 laps the distance for the A main, but we still have one race to go. This is a 40-lap B main. 36 cars are on the docket to make the run here at Victoria. And we're going to see who can pull off that top 6.
40 laps for infamy here. Should be a fun one. Excited to see how far Dave Wilson can get up. It's a pretty stout field here. I know it's very cliche to say this, but about anywhere else, this will be an A main, correct?
Most of the time, this would be, I guess, your qualifying drivers for your ASCA Copperhead Amateur Series race.
Yep.
But considering the amount of MSCA cars that are also added onto it, it's going to be a fun one for sure.
Coming to the start zone.
Green flag is in the air. And a good jump from the 43 car, Xavier Carlson, as he's going to follow in the tire tracks of the 14 of Carter Friesen. And that speed shot down the backstretch. They are going almost 180 into these corners.
Crazy speed for only a mile long.
It's basically like a speedway, almost. Kakana has made his way up to the 4th position. And he's got to dispatch the 12 car of Caleb Henderson before he can make anything else happen. And caution is out. Caution is out. Ernest Crispin involved. Malik Alexander as well. Willis Lewis. Rick Witt looks like he came out of that unscathed, but we do not know what happened there.
Looks like everyone's going to be able to drive away.
It seems like it happened before. It looks like
wide.
About a 4 wide situation. Rick Witt did catch the wall there.
Ooh, big hits there.
And the first caution of the night. It looks like, 4 wide situation. Rick Witt tried to back out of it, but it was a bit...
It started up there with the 17.
There are actually 2 distinct wrecks, it looks like.
Pretty much.
And then they kind of came together at the
wall for the 17.
Very end there. Malik Alexander did not get out of that very well. I think he had the most damage out of everybody. So if you go back here, he in the 86 just kind of got together. It looked like he might have gotten turned, hits the wall, and then he gets turned around by Jennifer Power. Jennifer Power with some pretty
Jennifer
hefty,
Power, big damage on the front.
pretty hefty front end damage on that 76 car. I don't know. They might be able to get that one fixed. Rick Witt
Tear
did
the
hit.
hood off.
Rick Witt did hit the side. Did hit the inside wall, pretty much straight on with the side of his car. Jennifer Power seems to be the only driver.
That's a lot of damage there.
Yeah, Jennifer Power seems to be the only driver who is electing to go into pit lane.
You need to flex seal that down.
Throughout all the races that we've had on here, we have not had a single caution until we have gotten to the B main. So a lot of drivers already.
Drivers getting desperate.
Well, considering it's your last chance to make it in, that's why they call it in certain circles the last chance showdown. Obviously here, we just call it a B main because that's what it is.
You microlate last chance showdown.
We hate the World of Outlaws. So she's gonna stick in the pit lane here, try to get that damage fixed. And they just rip the hood off and send her on her way.
That's going to really affect her aerodynamically here.
Oh, you can see there's some damage on the back end of Rick Witt's car. I didn't even notice that. The side, obviously, I expected to see some pretty hefty damage to that thing. Doesn't look like there's any damage, so it could just be one of those weird glitches, one of those weird graphical glitches with NR that sometimes occurs. But Carter Friesen, your current pole sitter and race leader, 40 laps is the total distance here at the Victoria Speedway for the B main. As I believe the lights have gone out on the pace car. And they will be getting the go-ahead to go green this time by.
Can we check on the progress of Wilson?
So looking through it here, David Wilson has made up a lot of ground. He started in the 31st position, has made it 10 positions up from the start. And that caution, and I don't know if he was actually involved in the wreck.
I don't think
brought
so,
the
but we
caution
never
out.
took a look at the first portion of that wreck there involving the 17.
I think he was past it by. I think he was past it by that point because everyone behind him was the ones that were involved.
All happened behind
Speaking
him.
of the 17, I don't think Gatlin Downey took a whole lot of damage from that, but I don't know for sure.
Took a pretty good hit to the wall there, but
yeah, but Jennifer Powers' nose getting crumpled up like that was probably the worst damage of the wreck. So as we
nobody
get ready
is
to go,
officially out, I believe. So
as we get ready to go, Carter Friesen will take him down to the front stretch, and we are green again.
green back in the air, good restart for the leader there.
And remember, only the top 6 make it in, so you've got a lot of ground to cover if you're at the back, and that's
Sixth
probably
place can be under fire. They didn't get a good restart.
Matt Dunn having a lot of trouble. Oh, Dave Witt and Joseph Srigley going at it. Dave Witt in the 63 trying to take that inside lane away. One of the RA
Did not get a good entry into the corner.
One of the RA Racing entries that did not make it, as well as Rick Witt. The rest of the RA Racing cars almost got clipped by the 37 of Scott Roush.
And Dunn's falling back.
Matt Dunn has dropped 2 spots now.
3 wide, maybe?
Dave Witt and the 50 car of Sebastian Torres. Sebastian Torres gets shoved all the way, and Dave Witt pushes right past all of them, and he is going to take over 6th and probably 5th position. I think Scott Roush will now inherit the 6th spot, and he will now be your bubble car. Imagine this. This is kind of what it would look like if the CAS didn't have the full-time entries constantly making it into every single race. Obviously, full-timers, they're running for points full-time, so they are given the go-ahead to qualify on their own. But in this race, No one gets favorites. It's all about how fast you can go. You can see a lot of part-time entries. Obviously, the part-timers are going to probably outnumber the full-timers, but considering how many full-timers are even in the A-main to begin with, it's surprising to see.
187 miles an hour down the backstretch. Very fast racing here.
Yep, and Carter Friesen right now, he's the only current full-timer to still be in the A-main show at this point, at least transferring from the B-main, because everything, as well as Scott Roush. But everything seems to have calmed down a little bit. A lot of hard racing.
There, trying to move.
Aaron Reese in that 15 machine. The other American Ethanol race car in the field. The other one being Tanya Breyer.
And I think the caution's out. Did I just see that caution light right?
Caution is out, yes. Oh, Johnny Gardner spinning down the backstretch, and heavy smoke coming from that car.
Oh, he blew up.
Oh no, he didn't blow up. He had an issue with another driver. Oh, heavy contact.
Big crash.
Johnny Gardner and Sean Ard. Sean Ard was the number 22 machine that was involved. He was completely stopped in turns 1 and 2.
Heavy accident.
Looks like either Sean Ard or Johnny Gardner, one of them came down or the other came up. It looked like Gardner just kind of came down, kind of clipped bumpers there, as you can see.
I think Ard, he was trying to take a wider arc to the corner there to try and get a better entry, and just didn't work out. As you see, he's trying to come up just a bit, and Gardner's going down to get
it looked like Gardner took a little bit more, might have just missed, just didn't...
I don't think it was a deliberate, though.
It obviously wasn't. It looked like Johnny Gardner just kind of misread where he was in relative to the 22.
You wouldn't do that on such a fast portion of the racetrack, anyways.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous place to be having a crash like that. And even then, I would say the spotters, they're all sitting on the front stretch. I don't even think the spotter would have had a chance to even tell Johnny that he wasn't clear in that situation.
Yeah, the angle there, it's
just a difficult angle for the spotter, and then the driver's got to rely on his intuition. Obviously, he didn't understand how close he was to the back bumper of Sean Ard right there.
Just tough break all around, I think.
Hard racing, especially for the last couple of transfer spots into the A mains. We're going to ride along with Nicholas Samudio. Right behind Johnny Gardner. You can even hear that. And it was just a nasty hit. Safer barrier.
You can feel it.
Safer barrier on the wall, so it cushions the blow of that hit. But obviously those two cars are done for the remainder of the race.
Let's do a little rundown while we got the chance.
So looking at the field right now, Carter Friesen starting on pole is still your current leader. Second is the 12 of Caleb Henderson. Third is the 23 of Haruma Kakana. Fourth right now is the 43 of Xavier Carlson. Fifth is Dave Witt. Sixth is 37 of Scott Roush, and that is your last current transfer into the A main as it stands right now. Joseph Srigley in the 93. He's currently the one spot out of the transfer spots. Mitchell Henderson in 8th. 9th is Castle Radcliffe. He's moved up the field quite a bit from where he started from. And 10th is going to be Aiden Thomas. 11th sitting right now is Aaron Reese in the 15. 13th is Mac Johnson. 14th is Nicholas Wade. 15th is Eric Monaco. I believe I might have gotten that mixed up. 12th is Mac Johnson. 13th Nicholas Wade. 14th is Eric Monaco. And 15th is his teammate in the double zero of Andrew Gorman. The only driver from Malley Motorsports that does have a spot in the A main is the 09 of Julio Caesar. Samantha Jones in the 43, Nick Vasquez, Matt Dunn, Sebastian Torres, and David Wilson is your top 20.
Wilson not able to move up at all from that last caution.
Yeah, Wilson looks like he's kind of hit his pace with the other cars around him. And you've noticed Sebastian Torres and Matt Dunn, they were both drivers at the front of the field at the start. Matt Dunn was, I believe,
He was in a transfer.
I don't believe he was your pole sitter, but I believe he was second.
He was up there.
So he obviously finished in a position in the heat race that would have allowed him to finish second in that position.
All right,
Carter
here we go.
Friesen has the field again as they come around. We're going to get the cross flags for halfway after they pass the line on the first green flag scoring lap, and green flag is out. Next time by will be the halfway. First lap of the second half of this race. And again, this is a B main. This is the last chance for any of these drivers to get into the A main, and already Hiruma Kakana looking to try and take a spot away from Caleb Johnson, and already
way up the
3
racetrack.
wide. Dave Witt got shoved really high up the racetrack, but he's going to be able to get out of it, it looks like. Maybe, maybe not. Joseph Strigley's going to be able to stay to his inside. Caleb Henderson still able to hold off the charge from Hiruma Kakana to keep that second spot. And Dave Witt has fallen... What? Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson.
Is that a sprint car driver?
Yes.
Caleb Henderson. At least I'm not calling him Justin Henderson. Dave Witt has fallen 1 spot out of a transfer. Castle Radcliffe now holds that 6th position. Joseph Strigley has made it in. Carter Friesen still holding a good lead. Hiruma Kakana in 3rd, 4th Scott Roush, 5th is Strigley. And right now the race is for the transfer. If you look back through the field, you can see now they're 2 wide, about 13th on back. And you can see TJ Hanley in the Lucas Oil number 08 car trying to get something done here and move through the field. He's made it up to 14th position. Andrew Gorman in the 00 also has been able to move a little bit further up through the field. Not a whole lot, but he's able to get a few positions here and there. His teammate Eric Monaco, though, has really moved up. He's sitting in 11th position right now, as we can see. Hiruma Kakana was shoved out.
Wow.
Someone made a move, and I believe it was Castle Radcliffe who made something happen, and now the whole top 6 has been shaken up. Hiruma Kakana, who is sitting in 3rd, is now out of the transfer spot, and he is starting to drop like a rock. He is sitting in 10th position right now.
That Dunn that's back up here?
Matt Dunn is battling with Kakana for 12th, so he's not in the transfer position. However, Aaron Reese in the American Ethanol number 15.
Sinclair car got pushed out.
Castle Radcliffe also getting moved to the outside. Joseph Strigley has
Here comes
fallen
Strigley.
off again. Strigley taken to the inside of the 15 of Aaron Reese.
Strigley back in the show.
Strigley has made it back into the A main transfer position. However, Castle Radcliffe is having some trouble. Nicholas Wade to the inside. Nicholas Wade in the number 5 car trying to get to that inside. He's going to be able to hold him off. But you can see also Eric Monaco in that 0 car trying to get 2 cars from Malley Motorsports MSCA program into the show. Dave Witt has came back into prominence. He is sitting in 3rd. However, Caleb Henderson and Carter Friesen have just completely checked out. Eric Monaco sitting in 7th. He's got 10 laps to make something happen and to get by that 5 car of Nicholas Wade.
We're going to have to play big defense here.
Hiruma Kakana, who is running in 3rd, has fallen back into 13th position, so it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it. And that Rogers Racing number 23, he's considered one of the better drivers in the MSCA. He just hasn't had the luck, it seems, that he needs. Joseph Srigley trying to take to the inside of Scott Roush, but I don't know if he's going to have the opportunity. As Eric Monaco is tracked down the back of Nicholas Wade. Nicholas Wade pushing out a little bit on the outside of the second turn. Running about a lane up above where Eric Monaco is. Now Eric Monaco gets to the inside of Nicholas Wade. Wade looks like he might have been having to push mid-corner, and that has given Eric Monaco the chance to dive to the inside and take the 6th spot.
Eric Monaco driving his heart out here in this one. He was running about 15th on that last restart there.
It doesn't take much, especially in this kind of racing environment when everyone is trying to do whatever they can. And you can see there's been a shakeup up at the front. Caleb Henderson has dropped a position to Dave Witt in the 63. However, Eric Monaco starting to pull away from Nicholas Wade. It looks like the top 6 is pretty much set in stone, at least for the moment. Something could happen with Caleb Henderson here. He is the weakest link out of all of these drivers. Scott Roush looking to the inside of Caleb Henderson for 3rd place. Roush to the inside of Henderson.
Whoa!
Henderson shoots up to the outside, trying to keep the momentum.
Here comes Monaco.
Monaco also trying to get into the picture now. Srigley's going to move to the inside of Henderson. Henderson's not going to have an opportunity to do anything here. He's just hoping to hold out and hoping that Nicholas Wade doesn't get anything on the momentum side, but Nicholas Wade looking to the inside, almost made contact. And it looks like Nicholas Wade did not get a good enough run down the backstretch. He's got 2 laps to get things done here and get himself in an A-main transfer. Caleb Henderson now the back of the top 6. Looking back, a few drivers fighting for position, hoping for something to happen up in the top 6, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Eric Monaco now potentially in the danger zone. Meanwhile, Carter Friesen, who has put on a massive clinic here in the B main, coming off a turn 4, will take the B main win. Dave Witt will take 2nd, and doesn't look like anything is going to happen. Caleb Henderson manages to hold out to take 6th.
What a drive from Eric Monaco there in those last couple laps. He's literally Mr. Monaco. And oh
my goodness. Chaos coming into the pit lane.
Everybody is pissed.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's getting worse in the back.
Everybody is pissed.
I mean, these guys at the back, I can understand.
And the caution is out.
They were killing each other even before the race happened. Aaron Reese's car is smoking like you wouldn't believe.
Everyone who transferred through saying, "Hey, fucker, we're already at the back. Let's fuck these cars up and get backup cars." Right?
And Rick Witt stopping in front of the emblem of the Dark Horse.
All right.
I just wanted to show you that. And that concludes all of your qualifiers. Top 6 out of the B main, and your final qualifying drivers are Carter Friesen, Dave Witt, Scott Roush, Joseph Srigley, Eric Monaco, and Caleb Henderson. That is your top 6 to make it into the A main from the B main. Drivers who did not make it in: 7th is Nicholas Wade, Aaron Reese in 8th, 9th Castle Radcliffe, 10th Sebastian Torres, 11th Haruma Kakana, 12th Andrew Gorman, 13th Matt Dunn, 14th Mitchell Henderson, 15th Henry Guo, 16th Nick Vasquez, 17th Dave Wilson, 18th Rick Witt, 19th Constantine Jameson, and 20th TJ Hanley.
Xavier Carlson, 21st. Aiden Milliken, 22nd. Mac Johnson, 23rd. Ernest Crispin, 24th. 25th is Trace Howard. 26th, Aiden Thomas. 27th, Greg Shivers. 28th, Samantha Jones. 29th, Nicholas Samudio. And 30th is Gatlin Downey. Francois Chastain, 31st. 32nd, Malik Alexander. 33rd. Jennifer Power, Willis Lewis in 34th. And then Sean Ard and Johnny Gardner ended up in that heavy wreck in turn 1. They did not complete the race. That will be the end result of your B main. And so before we get into the A main, we're going to play the most fantastic song when waiting for track prep to do the thing.
Let's not. I thought I got away from it.
Don't worry, it's not the same thing that you think of.
I love you, Hooterville. Keep Manhattan, just give me that country song. New York is where I'd rather stay. I'm getting so allergic smelling hay. I just adore a kid's house view. Miss you, Central Park. Darling, I love you, but give me part. Green Acres, we are there.
Oh my god.
The chores.
Is this like a full song?
Fresh air.
Yes.
Oh my god.
The chores. Fresh air. The chores. Fresh air.
Now, if they played this at Super Nationals,
We'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to John Lennon and Paul McCartney. We're sorry. Yeah! What?
This song used to be good.
Which song?
Yes. So I have just contracted stage 5 cancer by listening to that.
Oh, what the hell? It's not that bad. What other cursed things should we listen to? Actually, this isn't cursed.
The Joe Biden song.
No.
Can Joe Biden feel these money?
God.
So, how about this? Story time. That song was on my Spotify playlist for a while. And when my brother started working with me, he brought a speaker to work and he wanted to... What the hell is this? Oh my god, it's fucking Bob Ross.
Alright, I've gotten all 6. All 30.
I was like, I knew that from somewhere.
I've gotten all 30 of the drivers that have made it in off of their heat races, and now to do all the drivers that have made it in through the Continue with your story if you don't mind.
So, my brother wanted to play music and stuff, and that was on my Spotify playlist, and, you know, he was just starting out, and he needed some help from the, oh my god, I got Chris Buescher in my random fantasy. Or Charlotte. He wanted to play music, and he needed a lot of help at first, so I got 17, and Jake got 18. So his supervisor was with him a lot, and he had that thing going pretty loud, and that song went off because he was on my playlist.
Oh my god.
Drivers, to your
Fairly loud at work. He got a lot of cheers.
Was the supervisor happy about it though?
Yeah,
Oh.
actually.
I guess
She
it
was a
made-
woman.
I guess he made him.
She was like, I haven't heard this one yet.
Christ. I hit the B main instead of the A main. Okay. Need to friggin' need to get the settings right that I want. Crap. Now
Ooh,
I should
Claymore
have.
hoodie. Says front towards enemy.
drivers, to your car.
Isn't that just a tank slogan?
No, it's on the Claymore and Modern
Drivers,
Warfare.
to your
I mean, that's also a thing that tanks usually are known
Yeah.
for.
You have one viewer on your stream.
It's probably you.
Yeah.
Don't worry, people will watch it later. Maybe. I am so close to being finished. All right, almost completed with the lineups. All right. Finally, we are done lining up the cars. This has been 4 hours in the making. Are you excited, Jay?
I am pumped.
Well, I gotta add something. Hold on a second. Alright, let us get into the starting lineup for today's main event here for the MSCA versus ASCA at Victoria. Starting in the 36th position is going to be the number 12 of Caleb Henderson. To his inside is going to be the number 00 of Eric Monaco. In the 34th position is going to be the number 93 of Joseph Strigley. To his inside in the number 33rd position is going to be the 37 of Scott Roush. In the Tantera number 63 RA Racing Chevy Cruze is Dave Witt, starting in the number 32nd position. And to his inside in the 31st position in the Rock Shocks, number 14 is Carter Friesen. In the Quaker State Gen Tech number 86 Toyota, that is going to be Martin Grayson, starting in the 30th position. And to his inside in the Cessna number 71 Barraza Racing Chevrolet, starting in 29th position, that is David Barraza. In the Freightliner Phillips 66 number 21 Mustang for DW Motorsports, starting in the number 28th position, that is the number 21 of Lucas Tran. To his inside is the 68 Boston College RA Racing Chevy Cruze of Eric Willis, starting in the 27th position. Starting 26th in the number 7 GoDaddy Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet, that is Bob Schlepka in 26th. And in 25th position, the number 81 Zaxby's Toyota Camry, that is John Arndt. In 25th, driving the number 29 Casey's General Stores Dodge Intrepid, that is James Austin. And to his inside, in the 24th position, is the number 42 BNSF Railways Toyota Camry, that is Austin Jakes. Starting in 23rd, the HBO Go number 99 Red Stallion Racing Dodge is Robert Harrison. And to his inside is the number 112 Mountain Dew BMW, that is Annalie Whitmer, starting in 21st. Starting in 20th, number 37 Come and Go Chevrolet is Hergil Arvin Alonso, and to his inside in the Malley Motorsports Honda Civic number 09 Fram is Julio Caesar. Driving the number 40 Pete Store Dodge, that is going to be Dylan Membrilla, and to his inside is Gerard Aron in the number 80 RAP Chevrolet Cruze. Sitting in the number 31 Caterpillar Hyundai is going to be Sam Verbeek, and to his inside is going to be the number 3 Cooper Tires Chevrolet Camaro of Megan Johnson. Driving the number 27 Austin Hardware Supply and Solutions for J. Barker Motorsports in the number 27 Chevrolet Camaro, that is Vinny Beese. Woo! To his inside, in the number 89 Cub Cadet Gen Tech Toyota Camry, that is Marshawn Anderson. Starting in the 12th position Finishing in the 12th position in the Fast Dash, the number 41 Starbucks Coffee Toyota Camry. That is Jeffrey Finguy. To his inside, finishing 11th in the Fast Dash is the Napa Auto Parts number 55 Pontiac Grand Prix of Jacob Ray. Starting in the 11th position, starting in the 10th position is the number 44 Auto Trader Ford Mustang of Elijah Gordon, and to his inside is the number 2 Target Smart Motorsports Ford Mustang of Andre Oliveira. In the number 25 Ray Bestos Chevrolet Camaro, that's going to be Ryan Reed. To his inside is going to be the number 1 One Blood Share Your Power Camaro. That is Kenny Washington as the cars start to roll off. The number 01 RoadLoans.com Auto Finance Dodge is going to be James Johnson. To his inside is the number 83 Great Clips Ford Mustang. That is Jake Baskinger. In the 4th position is going to be the number 56 AC Delco Pontiac Grand Prix. That is Matthew Axe. And to his inside is the number 44 GameStop A&W Chevrolet Monte Carlo of Norm Antiel. And on your front row is the number 38 American Ethanol Chevrolet Cruze of Tanya Breyer. And your pole sitter as we get ready to go is James Richardson, the 09 Ford Mustang for Knight Hoffman Racing, as we get set to go 50 laps here at Victoria. 4.5 hours leading up to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to drop the hammer.
John Richardson slowly making his way to the front stretch. Green flag is in the air. We are racing here at Victoria.
Down into turn number 1. Here comes the 44 on the bottom. Going to try and go for it, but he thinks better of it.
Norm Antiel didn't have the space or time to get to the inside there, and that is a great jump from those two up at the front.
3 wide for 4th.
Almost 4 wide for 3rd place as Tanya Breyer gets shuffled up to the back. A lot of cars trying to shuffle in for position. Kenny Washington in the number 1 trying to make a move to the inside, and you can see over at the very lead, Norm Antiel in the number 44 GameStop Chevrolet trying to take the lead.
Going forward into turn number 3, here races for the lead. He did not get a good exit. Norm Antiel is going to stay behind the 09 for now. Meanwhile, looking in the back of the field, you can see Marshawn Anderson has started to push through the field. A lot of cars moving through. Tanya Breyer is starting to fall back like a rock. Gotta go while the getting's good right now here at the start of this race.
A driver whom we are accustomed to, at least in the MSCA, but not so much up at the front of the ASCA, is Gerard Aron in the 80 car, at least not in this machine. He usually drives the number 93 Max Nomic Chevrolet for J. Barker Motorsports, but right now he's driving a great ride for RA Racing, and he is doing the most with it right now.
Matthew Axe there. He looked very good in the dash earlier, and now he's kind of fallen back from his 4th place starting spot.
Matthew Axe currently sitting in 6th here at the start of this one. 5 laps complete, and we are continuing on. Jake Baskinger, who didn't have the greatest fast dash, finished 1st in his heat race, and is currently sitting in 5th right now. Norm Antiel, however, has lost a couple of spots, has fallen back to 4th position. He was challenging for the lead early on. Meanwhile, Andre Oliveira with Smart Motorsports has started to move up, and he is currently sitting in 2nd. Those 4 engines seem to be working really well here at this racetrack. It is a fast track, and a lot of time has been given to these cars to make sure that they are prepared for this one.
Oliveira looks to be flying right now.
He is really moving through the field right now, but meanwhile, James Richardson just completed his fastest lap of the race right now, 19.942 on a 1-mile racetrack. He is currently on a tear at the moment.
Hold up on that thought, because Oliveira has the line out, and he's
a 19.907 for Andrew Oliveira. He's got a little bit of a quicker lap time so far, and he is really pushing the effort right now to try and get up to the lead. However, this could mean that he might lose a little bit of time. James Richardson starting to pace himself a little bit, hopefully keeping himself on the gas and saving it. This is a 50-lap race. You've got to really be aware of where your tires are by the end of it.
I think you got to go now.
Well, at the same time, you got to think, are your tires going to be able to hold out? If you're the leader right now, you got to really make sure that you can keep that kind of pace. Matthew Axe has really fallen off at the start of the race. Obviously, this isn't what you want to be doing if you're the 56 car Matthew Axe. Especially Tanya Breyer, she has fallen all the way back to about halfway through the field, sitting in the 16th position so far and started in second. James Richardson still holding a good lead. And you can see Andre Oliveira has started to drop on pace in comparison.
Normantiel getting back up there too.
The top three are really tight together right now. You can see some damage on the side of Scott Roush as we pan through the field here. So obviously Scott Roush caught the wall a little bit somewhere.
Mantiel going for the spot.
44 of Mantiel looking to the inside of Andre Oliveira.
Ooh.
Not going to get it done. Oliveira
Big
shuts the
chop
door. Jake Baskinger in that 83 car still holding strong, but he's got Kenny Washington and Gerard Aron looking to try and take that position away from him. Aron with a good run to the inside of Kenny Washington, however. He's going to go for a run for 4th place. It looks like he might have gotten it there, actually for 5th place. Also, you can see Malley Motorsports' Julio Caesar, the number 09, trying to make something work here. He's going to get to the inside of Kenny Washington in the number 1. MSCA drivers all throughout the front of the top 10, but none of them are able to get to the top spot that is being held by James Richardson.
Man, I hope this thing gets into lap traffic. That'll make it super interesting.
And looking where the lap traffic is right now, it looks like it'll probably end up getting there at some point. Meanwhile, Mantiel trying to look to the inside. He's going to get a good run off the corner here.
Mantiel had a pretty big slide through that corner.
Yep,
like you said, you got to think about the tires.
Yeah, side by side, though. The 44 to the inside of the 2 car. The 2 car has started to drop off pace comparison to the 44. And that lap will cost them in the race to try and catch up to the leader, but Mantiel looks like he's broken free now. He has started to pull away from the 2 car.
Mantiel gave Richardson a good challenge here in the first couple laps. See if he can reel him back in.
Looks like he's trying to get up there, but doesn't look like he has enough time, or maybe not enough time, but not enough pace at the current moment right now. However, James Richardson is running about a 10th slower off the pace of Norm Mantiel. Meanwhile, Jake Baskinger holding off the charge from the 80 car. It looks like they're kind of close on pace at the moment. Kenny Washington able to get back by the 09 of Julio Caesar. Another driver that we're looking at too is John Arndt, but a lot of these guys probably don't have the kind of pace to catch the leader right now.
Everybody kind of getting spread out throughout the field. I don't know if they'll have a caution in this or not. They've really calmed themselves.
Yeah, they've behaved themselves compared to the B-main guys, although some of the B-main guys, you already saw that Scott Roush has some heavy damage on the side of that car. And James Johnson, who was in the Fast Dash, currently sitting back in the 33rd position. So obviously, he was able to hold the pace for a while there, but it seems like he got shuffled way back and was not able to recover. You see that sometimes where a guy is really good in the qualifying races and just then absolutely falls off when it comes to the feature time.
Norm Mantiel, he's got a pretty good pace on the 19.8s right now.
Yeah, everyone seems to be kind of pacing themselves. His last lap, an exact 10th above James Richardson. So he is slowly reeling in the 09. He's pulled away off the 2 car. But once he gets to James Richardson, he's going to have a lot to contend with. He's going to have the 2 car up his backside, and he's also got Jake Baskinger and Gerard Aron, who could potentially move in further towards that group, as they are running also a similar pace. Coming around to take lap number 25. Not exactly halfway yet the next time by, however. They will get the cross flags for the halfway point. And David Barraza is on the backstretch as James Richardson is getting onto it, so lap traffic will most likely become a factor towards the end of this race. Halfway break. At least halfway point has been marked out by the flagman, and we are on the second half of this one. This has flown by. James Richardson holding steady
His
at the lead.
best lap.
He just ran his best lap. That is absolutely insane. It's about halfway forward. Maybe James Richardson was sort of saving up his equipment for the first half of that race, and now he's decided to kick the tires loose. However, he could have just been saving it for just that lap, though. Remember, it's not just a sprint. It's all about how many laps you can get before you run out of steam, and it seems like James Richardson is starting to run out.
Mantiel, he's going to try and go for it here.
I don't know if he's trying to go for it right now. He's kind of getting up to the back end of the 09 car.
Maybe on the backstretch we'll see the move. Got to put it at the right time, though.
Doesn't stay it, but he's stalking that inside lane. You could see him. He's a little bit further to the inside of the 09. He doesn't want to get caught out.
This is a momentum-based racetrack here. You got to keep up that momentum when you're making these passes.
Yeah, that's why, especially if you're James Richardson right now, you want to make sure that you have your tires.
Here he goes!
And there goes Norm Mantiel. He's taking a look, but he's not going to take it. Drove to the inside. Maybe he takes it down the front stretch, but nope, he's staying right in line.
I think he was faking him out there. Ooh, got a very bad entry. He's going to lose a lot of time there.
He got caught up a little bit, but I don't think he's going to lose that much time. He's going to still stay on the back of the 09.
20 to go.
It's difficult to stay right up on the back of somebody like that, and he had a pretty hard task of entering into that corner without pushing up like he did. Meanwhile, looking forward, David Barraza is the last car on track.
Mantiel,
There's
there it is.
Mantiel down to the inside. Battle for the lead.
Your races for the lead.
Number 44, Norm Mantiel to the inside. James Richardson, he has led pretty much every lap from the get-go. Now Norm Mantiel will take over the lead in the GameStop number 44.
Mantiel clears him. You got a new leader.
Andre Oliveira now into the mix. He's in third position, but he's trying to go for second.
Oliveira, do not forget about him. I think he was a lot quicker earlier.
You can see also Gerard Aron has gotten by the number 1 of Kenny Washington. Or I believe he might have already been.
These two battling side by side here.
And so is Gerard Aron, as he's going to be able to get by into the inside of James Richardson. Now your battle is for third.
For Richardson.
Richardson just tried to save the tires, but I don't think he had enough in the tank. And now Gerard Aron is back up into third. A beautiful run from Gerard Aron. He wasn't even in the top 12. Norm Mantiel. 15 laps left to run. But you can see there, Gerard Aron, he is running at a fantastically blistering pace. He is going to get right up to the back of that 2 car, and we're going to see a pretty good run to the finish here, I think. And for Gerard Aron, that would be a mix of both winning for the MSCA and winning for the ASCA, as he pretty much runs full schedule on both series. If he were to take the win here, it would be a fantastic ending to what has been a long day of racing. You can see him. He is right up to the back bumper of Andre Oliveira. As soon as he gets past him, though, he's probably only going to have about 10 laps to try and get things done.
I don't know if we'll see lap traffic in this one. It's going to be close, though.
Gerard Aron now to the inside of Andrew Oliveira. Doesn't get the move made.
Nope, didn't get a good corner there.
He didn't get a good
Comes
entry.
fourth.
He didn't get a good exit down the backstretch, and that's really going to hurt him. He's got a lot of guys behind him now. It looks as though Norman Teal took the lead and did not look back as he is on a mission. In comparison to everyone else, he is out to about a second lead over the second place car of Andre
To
Oliveira.
steal a quote from Tony Bakov, and he threw the keys on the counter and checked out right there.
10 laps to go. Gerard Aron in the 80 car, trying to catch back up to the back end of the 2 car. Defending his line on the inside there from Kenny Washington. A good move right there. And a great entry into the corner. Looks like Oliveira might have messed up a little bit. Top 5, or at least 4 of the top 5, are right on top of each other. Throw a blanket on them, you can't see any of them at this point.
Eight laps to go.
Looks like a run at this point. If you're Gerard Aron, you're probably biding your time. You understand you probably can't get the win. He's too far out. It would take a miracle for someone to be able to catch the 44 of Norman Teal. And Gerard Aron now diving to the inside. He's going to try to take a look. Oliveira starting to fall back. I don't think he had the capability of running that high line like some of the other drivers have. Gerard Aron has broken away from the 2 car of Oliveira. He could potentially make a run at the chance to the win.
Now he needs some heavy lap traffic to come about.
He needs to either have some better pace in comparison to Mantiel, or he just needs something to happen in order to get this field bunched back up again. A caution, though, at this point would mean that the race is over.
Well, yeah, pretty much. If it happened last lap, I think it'd be a 1-lap shootout, but now I think it's done.
So caution is not an option for Gerard Aron. He's running about a 10th faster.
I think it's too little too late. 4 to go.
Wasn't able to make the move early enough. He has the pace to do it, but I don't think he's got the time.
What a story it's going to be for Norm Mantiel, though.
Gerard Aron with a fantastic 19.814 compared to Norm Mantiel's 19.947.
In football terms, Norm is basically taking a knee right now.
Well, you can't take a knee when you still got some time left on the clock. He's got to run this out. 2 laps to go for Norm Mantiel.
That helicopter scared the shit out of me.
I didn't mean to do that. White flag in the air for the 44 of Norm Mantiel. He took the lead off of Andre Oliveira and never looked off of James Richardson and never looked back.
Norm Mantiel, the A&W GameStop Chevrolet, coming off of turn 4, wins the MSCA versus A.
And what a fantastic race for that 44 team. Second place going to Gerard Aron in the number 80. And then Kenny Washington finishing up in the 3rd spot. James Richardson, while he didn't get the win, he managed to keep it in 4th position. You can't say the same about Oliveira, who's fallen all the way back to 14th. Andrew Oliveira must have really used up his equipment for that one, but didn't I say that top 4 has the best chance to make it?
Yep.
Norm Mantiel started in 3rd, similar to a certain driver who you are a fan of, and took the win about midway through the race, not at the 5 laps to go, mind you. But Norm Mantiel had a 9-second lead over Gerard Aron.
What a finish. What a race for Norm Mantiel as he takes the victory here at Victoria. Going through your finishing results, Norm Mantiel takes the win here at the ASCA versus MSCA Challenge. Gerard Aron finishes second in the 80. Third is Kenny Washington in the 1 car. Fourth is James Richardson, a fantastic run even after losing the lead. Jake Baskinger fifth. Sixth is Julio Caesar. Seventh is Megan Johnson. Eighth, Jeffrey Finguy. Ninth is Austin Jakes. John Arndt in 10th. Bob Schwepka, Matthew Axe, Elijah Gordon, Andrea Oliveira, and Marshawn Anderson make up 11th through 15th. 16th is Carter Friesen, 17th Tanya Breyer, 18th Caleb Henderson, 19th Jacob Ray, and 20th is Eric Willis. 21st, Ryan Reed, James Austin, 22nd. 23rd, Dave Witt, 24th, Lucas Tran, 25th, Annalie Whitmer, 26th, Martin Grayson, 27th, Vinny Weiss, not a great run for him. 28th is Dylan Membrilla, 29th, Sam Verbeek, and 30th is Eric Monaco in the 0. James Johnson, who had started in the 6th position, fell all the way back to 31st. Joseph Strigley, 32nd. 33rd is going to be Scott Roush in 37. 34th is Robert Harrison. 35th, David Barraza, and Hergio Arvin Alonso rounds out your A main field. Looking through things, I'm going to see if I can find who the sort of, I guess, hard charger would be. I'm waging to guess it was Julio Caesar, as he started in 19th position, ended up in 6th. However, Gerard Aron, I think they both got the same amount of positions. Gerard Aron started in 17th, ended up in 2nd. However, what are your final thoughts on this one before we head off?
Very fun show. Glad you were able to put it on after putting it off for a while, but it's very fun to watch.
Wasn't really
Loved watching the soup.
Wasn't really that I was putting it off. I was waiting for Snek to finish up to a certain point.
Well, it was hard to wait while Snek was putting it off then.
It wasn't really his fault, though. Fucking act of God took out the CAS and the PPS.
Fucking arsonist. Anyway.
Is that how his house burned down? He got arson?
I don't think so. I hope not. That'd be rough.
Christ almighty.
But it was very fun, I thought. Very good race. Man, almost had a perfect night go for him, but
I wouldn't entirely say a perfect night. Well, I guess you could say he won his heat race and he won the fast dash. So if only he would have been able to stay up at the lead, he would have been able to truly say he had a perfect night. But 4th position, even after all that, still not something you can really say, especially with the caliber of driver that you're dealing with here. You got drivers who are, you're dealing with drivers who were PPS regulars. You're dealing with drivers who were, veterans in this kind of car. A lot of the Casey's Sportsman Series guys have been doing this for quite a long time. And to be beaten by someone like Norm Mantiel, who won a championship unsponsored, you gotta think of what kind of drivers you're having to work around here. So, however, I think that is gonna do it with the MSCA versus ASCA. It's been 4 hours and 45 minutes since I started this stream. That's how long this race has taken me. To be fair, I could have done it with the 3 heat race thing and not done a fast dash, but what's the fun in that?
Yeah.
But to all of us here
for, I guess, maybe the final time. Thank you all for joining us for CAS and MSCA KC Sportsman Series competition, and we will see you guys hopefully next time, probably next Sunday, for the ASCA iRacing Series to make a return. So thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you all next time.